Ready to rock and roll?
Oh, your chair's in my committee, and I'm in your committee.
Exactly.
All right.
I'm not sure who's the winner. Thank you all. The first bill is Senate Bill 557, sponsored Senator Bidel. And before she begins her testimony, I just want to say, Senator, you're one of my favorite people.
Thank you.
And I'm honored that on the day after you decided that you're going to retire, you came here to be our first witness.
I don't have a choice.
I understand, but I don't know. We could have put you at the bottom of the list. No, seriously.
Thank you.
Really, we appreciate you a lot and appreciate working with you over many years. And
I appreciate all of you, and since you have the purse strings, I really appreciate you.
So please, you're on.
Thank you, Senator. So for the record, Senator Pam Bidel, District 32. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Rosa Pepp and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 557. This bill is a narrow, technical bill that addresses a definition issue in Maryland's gaming law that has created unintended regulatory burdens without improving oversight or integrity. Under current law, the definition of own is broader than necessary. It treats certain passive, non-controlling minority interests the same as individuals who actually exercise control over a gaming facility or sports wagering operation. In practice, that means people with no voting rights, no managerial authority, and no ability to influence operations are nonetheless subject to the same ownership-based qualifications requirements as controlling principles. This bill is really about estate planning. This is a bill about someone who owns a gaming operation, a bingo world, who just wants to be able to pass portions of it on to his family. And in some cases, it's minority children. That operation has practical consequences. It can require repeated qualification and disclosure for individuals who have no role in decision-making or operations, complicating renewals, financing, and compliance for otherwise well-regulated, long-standing licenses. Importantly, these requirements are imposed in situations where there is no corresponding regulatory benefit because there is no control to regulate. Senate Bill 557 provides a targeted and conservative fix. It clarifies that a non-controlling, non-voting interest of 25% or less does not constitute the ownership for purposes of control and disqualification, so long as the interest confers no voting rights and no operational authority. The 25% threshold is intentionally conservative and set well below any level commonly associated with control or governance authority. The bill also requires that the interest confer no voting rights and no authority to influence operations. The threshold functions solely as an initial screening mechanism and does not replace the Commission's qualitative assessment of control. What this bill does not do is just as important. It does not weaken suitability standards. It does not reduce background checks for individuals who exercise control. It does not limit the authority of the Lottery and Gaming Control Commission to investigate, audit, or enforce compliance. All existing integrity, financial reporting, and enforcement positions remain fully intact. This is a statutory clarification, not a policy shift. The issue addressed by this bill is one that can only be resolved through legislation rather than through regulation because it is embedded directly in the statutory definition. Senate Bill 557 does not establish a new regulatory program, modify existing licensing structures, or expand the enforcement authority of the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Control Commission. It aligns the statutory definition of ownership with actual control, allowing regulatory resources to remain focused where oversight matters most. In short, this bill preserves Maryland's strong gaming regulatory framework while improving clarity and proportionality in how the framework is applied. I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate 557. I just want to share with you, you have it in your packet. This is the packet that an individual has to fill out if they are a minority owner, not voting, no authority to vote or control. This has to be filled out for every person that would be in that position. I have with me the authority on this, and if I can, turn it over to my panel member. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lee Maddox, and I serve as counsel to Arundel Amusements Incorporated. I'm also a retired captain with the Maryland State Police. We are here in support of Senate Bill 577. This bill addresses a narrow but important succession planning issue Our majority owner is in his mid-70s. As part of responsible estate planning, he wishes to make a lifetime gift of a minority interest of up to 25% to a family member. The proposed interest would be entirely non-voting. The recipient would have no voting rights, no authority to direct management, and no operational role. Under current law, any person holding 5% or more is treated as an owner for regulatory purposes. That triggers a full personal qualification, background investigation, extensive financial disclosure, and ongoing reporting obligations. Those obligations and those requirements make sense for people who control gaming operations. But as written, the law applies the same way to a passive, non-voting family member. Once the recipient learns, the person getting the gift, once they understand that the interest means completing this full packet, that it means continuing ongoing reporting duties, the transfer stops functioning like a gift and starts functioning like a regulatory burden. I mean, can you imagine if your uncle was trying to give you this? Despite zero control and zero operational involvement. Senate Bill 557 provides a narrow clarification. It creates a limited statutory exclusion for beneficial interest of 25% or less, where the interest carries no voting rights and no authority to direct management or operations. The bill does not limit the Commission's authority. It preserves operational oversight and does not create a path for undisclosed influence. It simply distinguishes passive economic interests from the authority to govern or direct licensed gaming operations. And for these reasons, on behalf of Arundel Amusements, we respectfully request a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Any questions from members of the committee? Don't seeing any. Thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 557.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, everybody.
The next bill is the Senate Bill 62, and I think County Executive Ball is here, or not? There he is. Why don't you bring up whoever in your merry band you'd like to have join your panel?
County Executive, good to see you. Thanks for being here with us. You want me to go first for testimony from the department? No, you can.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Joe McAndrew, Assistant Secretary for Planning and Project Development at the Maryland Department of Transportation. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity today to speak in support of Senate Bill 62. Maryland's transportation investments create outsized impacts on our communities, our economy, our environment, and our residents. It is essential that the state get the most possible benefit for every tax dollar spent. And that is why the administration is proposing the Transportation Investment and Priorities Act of 2026, SB 62. This act introduces changes to the Consolidated Transportation Program to make the process for selecting new surface transportation projects, capacity projects more transparent, objective, predictable, and effective in achieving Maryland's transportation goals, and indeed the goals articulated in the governor's state plan. This bill ensures that MDOT is data-driven and heart-led, and it directly responds to a priority recommendation included in the 2023 interim report of the Maryland Commission on Transportation Revenue and Infrastructure Needs, known as the TRAIN Commission. This act also builds on the work done by the legislature in 2017 when it passed the Chapter 30 requirements for evaluating new capacity projects. MDOT began the process to update Chapter 30 program 2 years ago with the goal of ensuring that the procedures MDOT uses to select projects are clear and transparent to our external stakeholders and the broader public, and to ensure that projects are being properly evaluated to get the most value out of every tax dollar MDOT spends. This work began with an internal cross-department work group and led to the introduction of a departmental bill last year. We also conducted a no-funding pilot round to test a beta version of the process that we are proposing to implement, should this bill be enacted. Over the summer and fall of 2025, MDOT also conducted intensive outreach with counties, including Howard County, and many others, as well as representatives from MACO and MML and local representatives, to gain their feedback, to make sure that we are seeing what they're seeing and making sure that their information is informing what we are doing here. This engagement has yielded a stronger bill and aligned with the state and local priorities this year. I just also want to say that our engagement continues. We are working with the House Subcommittee Chair on refinements after last week's hearing and have engaged some of the stakeholders who provided unfavorable testimony in the House to understand how we can further align on our shared goals going forward this session. Our commitment is that our engagement to date will only accelerate should this bill pass, because its success will hinge on understanding and trust by constituents and transportation stakeholders. As introduced, this bill directs MDOT to create a clear, transparent process for stakeholders and modal administrations to move from projects from initial idea all the way to inclusion in the CTP for project funding. To accomplish this, the bill does three things. First, it creates a clearer, more consistent process for locals and modal administrations to ask that MDOT study an issue through an initial feasibility study that may result in a construction project. This element is a new addition this year that resulted from the stakeholder engagement and feedback from our local partners in the interim. Second, it creates a consistent, transparent, and responsive process for funding capacity projects for construction. The bill lays out that MDOT must publicize funds available for expansion projects every other year before we open the priority letter process. MDOT then will score these projects that are requested using a quantitative criteria informed by the goals laid out in the legislation. MDOT will then release the scoring and propose funding with the draft CTP in the fall. The bill provides for local input on project rankings through the CTP tour and leaves the final decision to the MDOT secretary to make any modifications he or she sees as necessary based on policy and stakeholder considerations. Third, to support increased transparency and accountability, the legislation revamps the Maryland Transportation Commission, making it a venue for review and discussion of the evaluation and funding of capital expansion projects, among other areas. Each of these steps is taken with transparency in mind, with scoring methods and project scoring available online, publication of project rankings and funding in the draft CTP, and any changes made by the Secretary to funded projects fully explained in front of an updated Maryland Transportation Commission. We also want to highlight one other change in the bill, which is to shift the release of the draft CTP to October 1 of each year. This would push it back by about a month. We are doing so at the request of the Department of Budget and Management to better align with the overall budgeting process with the state, specifically the operating budget that we're still finalizing in the early part of the fall. Taken together, these changes proposed in the bill will make substantial improvements over MDOT's current project selection and prioritization process. They will also provide the space and opportunity for the process to be improved and refined over time, making sure that MDOT is doing a better job with our limited and scarce resources. In close, I'll say Senator Alsobrooks has a bill that would make this a national best practice and an expectation for federal highway funds in USC Title 23. And last night, she sent MDOT a quote supporting and endorsing this endeavor as well. So just wanted to acknowledge that for the record. And for these requests, I respectfully ask that the committee grant House Bill 230 a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm joined by my colleague here, Jeff Anderson, the Chief of Planning, Programming, and Project Development, to assist as well. With that, I will hand it over to the good county executive.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much, esteemed members of the Budget and Tax Committee. For the record, I'm Howard County Executive Calvin Ball, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support for Senate Bill 62. I want to thank the Moore Miller administration and MDOT for pursuing this legislation, which modernizes the approach to project prioritization in ways that increase transparency, improve predictability, and provide clear pathways for counties to engage through the priority setting process. SB 62 reflects the input from the county stakeholders in several important ways. First, it requires MDOT to clarify and delineate the pathway by which counties can request development and evaluation studies, otherwise known as feasibility studies. These studies are the important first step in project development for many transportation projects. For many jurisdictions across Maryland, it has been difficult to begin project development in partnership with MDOT through existing processes. By creating a clear process for MDOT to initiate project development in response to county requests, this bill creates a more transparent and accessible approach to advancing new projects and positions the prioritization process for success. Through process changes and revamping of the Maryland Transportation Commission, this bill also makes important changes to increase transparency of the scoring and project selection process. Finally, and importantly, the proposed legislation provides a formal cadence and mechanism to review, update, and improve the scoring process over time. The current Chapter 30 statute includes goals and specific measures that MDOT must use to score projects. This legislation specifies the goals that will guide MDOT and assigns MDOT the responsibility of determining the specific measures that will be used to score the projects. Senate Bill 62 addresses many of the current challenges with the Chapter 30 process and represents an improvement to the current system. Through these efforts, we will better ensure that the system responds and involves considering feedback gained during the implementation process. For these reasons, Howard County strongly supports the adoption of the legislation and respectfully requests a favorable report on Senate Bill 62. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, do you have some comments to make? Or
I'm here to assist with questions.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions from members of the committee? Yes, Senator Jennings.
Question. So one of the things that it says, it changes one of the references from major transportation projects to major surface transportation projects. Are we moving, is that just taking like aviation, MAA projects out of this?
That is the intention, is that this program prioritization apply only to surface transportation. So it's basically excluding the ports, excluding aviation. Yeah.
Okay, so of the modals, this will strictly, does it take, but it'll include rail?
Yes. MTA, SHA projects.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have more witnesses, and we have more bills, so I encourage people to be concise. So I'll just take them in order listed here. Haley Beckett, Martin Harris, John Robert Smith, Bill Pugh, Rory Murray. See if you can all fit. And begin in whatever order you'd like to.
Pardon me. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Rosa Pepp and members of the committee. My name is Haley Peckett. I am the Deputy Director for Policy at Montgomery County Department of Transportation. I'm here to request your favorable report on SB 62. I really want to focus on the role that we have had working with MDOT. So for the past 18 months, my colleagues and I have worked with MDOT on this pilot, and I'm here because our feedback was incorporated. So the bill you're seeing this year and the process you're seeing this year is measurably better, and our experience has been better in terms of how we're working. The scoring that is coming out of this process is actually giving us more information. So we have an opportunity to improve the quality of our projects that we're submitting for consideration for prioritization. In the past, when our projects have not been funded, it's not been clear to us why that is. And so with that information, we haven't been able to compete in the future successfully. And that transparency has been a weakness of the past. And I think that this bill provides that transparency and good governance. As Mr. McAndrew said, this should be a model for how future transportation policy can be advanced and really shows partnership between localities and the state. We in the county are focused on delivering transportation projects that really echo a lot of the state's goals, including improving safety, expanding transportation options, and improving the efficiency of the existing system, mitigating climate impacts, and addressing our past inequities, and especially supporting economic vitality. We think this bill will help increase transparency and predictability to support these goals through supporting local projects. Thank you, and I request your favorable report.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Rosa Pepp and committee members. My name is Bill Pugh. I'm the Transportation Climate Director with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. Our organization advocates for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities in the Washington, D.C. region. We have worked extensively in the Maryland suburbs, in particular Prince George's, Montgomery, and have supported numerous transit, safe streets, and arterial road investments. SB 62 will ensure that Maryland's transportation investments are aligned with state policy goals and that funding decisions are transparent and data-driven. In neighboring Virginia, where we also work, the Smart Scale project funding and prioritization program is regarded as a national success story because it has resulted in more cost-effective projects and solutions, both big projects and small projects. Equally important, Smart Scale has ensured that selected projects are fully funded and that they are built more expeditiously. These key components of Smart Scale are likewise contained in the SB 62 legislation. The Smart Scale approach retains widespread urban, rural, and bipartisan support in Virginia after a decade. A major review of Smart Scale in 2023 by the state's Transportation Secretary and Governing Board yielded only minor tweaks. Core elements of the program were maintained. SB 62 also ensures consideration of land use and demand management solutions. It improves the connection between state and localities to jointly ensure that local land use decisions are linked to transportation projects that taxpayers can afford, and that makes sense. Also, SB 62 helps MDOT more clearly account for system preservation needs versus expansion needs. Under the bill, MDOT will have to announce the funds that will be made available for surface transportation capacity projects. We ask for a favorable report for SB 62 by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. For the record, my name is John Robert Smith. I am here on behalf of Transportation for America to speak in support of Senate Bill 62, the Transportation Investment Priorities Act of 2026. Transportation for America is a national nonpartisan transportation policy organization that supports smart, responsible, multimodal transportation investment. In the 16 years I served as a former Republican mayor, these are the very types of projects we invested in for the people of my community and our rural neighbors that surrounded us. Transportation for America works at the national and state level to ensure that we're getting the most out of our transportation investments. But in the 140 different cities and towns I've worked in over the past 15 years, unfortunately, we fall far short of that goal. Why? Because projects take too long. The funding often interferes with the very goals we set for ourselves, and too many times the real decisions are made behind closed doors. Little wonder many of our citizens doubt the choices that we make. But the Transportation Investment Priorities Act takes important steps to address these issues by defining the process and criteria by which projects will be considered for feasibility studies, by clearly articulating the goals by which projects will be judged and relying upon data-driven analysis to score them, and mandating a number of transparency provisions. Now, whether you're a Democrat or a former Republican mayor like me, I believe these are things our people can get behind. Why? Because having clear goals, using data and analysis to identify high returns, and being transparent is just good government. Across the country, leading states are adopting similar data-driven, performance-based systems. Minnesota, Virginia, Kentucky have all done so. I would ask you to reach out, speak to them about their results, and it is for this reason that Transportation for America is here to support Senate Bill 62.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Rory Murray here on behalf of the American Council of Engineering Companies of Maryland. We are favorable with amendments. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Anderson and Mr. McAndrew from MDOT. Last week in the House, we came in pretty significantly opposed to the bill. Most of the opposition wasn't due to what the intent of the CTP update is meant to do, but we just didn't know the nuts and bolts, how the sausage is made, what the metrics mean. So they reached out to us last week. We've had a lot of conversations from the end of last week over the weekend. And while we still have a lot of concerns about the bill, hence the with amendments part, most of the amendments are more gathering data, understanding the background and the methodologies of why the changes are being made. Not that we necessarily oppose them because we're making changes. Our current CTP, as everybody else has said, has a lot of issues. If we can make it more transparent, ensure that more shovel-ready projects are ready to go and can be funded, that's obviously a good thing for everybody. What we'd like to see, and we'll continue to have conversations with MDOT on, is for the pilot that's been run, we've gotten some high brushstrokes information about what projects came out, how they scored, but once again, we'd like to have a deeper understanding of why. That's very important as transportation projects. The difference between one of them being accepted and one being not accepted can also often be half a point. So having a really good grasp of why decisions are being made is very important to us. We would, in general, like more clarity on the performance, the metrics. When we're using new terminology to grade these projects, we want to know exactly what that means, what goes into these terms, so we can just have a better understanding. And then, longer term, we would like the department to look into, instead of a cross-modal model of judging projects against other projects, even though they're not the same modes, looking to something that judges projects based on their merits against other projects in that category. But these are all longer-term conversations, and I very much appreciate the department working with us.
Thank you. Are there any questions for members or for our witnesses? Going once, going twice? Thank you very much. And we have two online witnesses, I believe. Martin Harris. Mr. Harris, are you? You got to unmute yourself. Can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself, sir.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Hey, sorry, Senator Roosevelt, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you. I'm sorry. This is why I normally like to testify in person. I apologize for that. I am here happily as first of all, I'm the director of the Charles County Department of Public Works, and I'm here to happily testify in support of SB 62. A lot of the previous panels have discussed a little bit about how we've gotten here, the Chapter 30 scoring process that a lot of us have been going through for about the last 8 or 9 years. That's something that we've done a lot of work with, but we never really quite understood what happened with it, how the evaluations turned out. And I think oftentimes it became basically an appendix to the CPP. Last year, in trying to get at this issue, a piece of pretty good legislation came forward that I was happy to support as well, trying to move us more forward in terms of clarity is concerned. But a lot of questions were raised. It was a pretty complex bill. And I and a good number of my colleagues spent a good, fairly significant chunk of the interim working pretty closely with MDOT to try to bring additional clarity. County Executive Ball actually mentioned one of the major areas where we were talking about the studies that led into the funding. And so we spent a lot of time working with the department over that interim to make the improvements that led to the bill that we are here for today. As the gentleman from the engineers just brought up, there are still things that need to be, I think, brought out and made clearer for folks. This is a complex subject. I think it's impossible really to get to a formula that's going to make everybody happy 100% of the time and raise no issues or concerns. But what this bill does is takes tremendous steps to provide increased clarity, better certainty, and greater assurance while still respecting the CTP process, which is very important for localities in terms of expressing their priorities. And so I want to commend the department, and I also want to give my strong enthusiastic support and ask for a favorable report to SB 62. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And the next online witness is Veronica Macbeth.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 62. I'm Veronica Macbeth, and I'm the director of Baltimore City Department of Transportation. Senate Bill 62 strengthens and modernizes the framework Maryland uses to evaluate major surface transportation projects within the Consolidated Transportation Program, or CTP. This legislation establishes clear policy goals for evaluating projects, including safety, mobility, climate impact, equity, economic development, and sustainable land use. And grounding investment decisions in these measurable goals strengthens accountability and ensures transportation funding delivers meaningful public benefit. Senate Bill 62 also creates a predictable 2-year funding cycle, and MDOT must identify available funding after addressing operating and state of good repair needs and publicly releasing project scores, rankings, and recommended funding lists in even-numbered fiscal years. And any modifications must be reviewed by Maryland Transportation Commission prior to final adoption, and this increases the transparency while preserving local input processes. Importantly, the bill explicitly includes locally managed capital projects within the scoring framework. For Baltimore City, this allows greater opportunity for consideration of city-led projects within the state's CTP program and strengthens our coordination between local planning and state investment decisions. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report of Senate Bill 62. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions for either of these two witnesses? Thank you very much. Now we will have the unfavorable witnesses. Chris Lawson, Michael Higgins, Megan Owings, Miguel Lambert, Michael Sakata, Tim Smith. I think there's chairs for 6 of you, and then there's Jason Sanford, who may have to go in the next single person panel after that. And again, if you could decide what order you all want to go in. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Rosapep and members of the committee. My name is Chris Lawson, and I recently joined the Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association after spending 31 years with the Federal Highway Administration, where I worked with states on federal transportation programs and project oversight. In my federal experience, strong prioritization systems share 3 traits. They are transparent, they are tested under real funding conditions, and they are refined with full stakeholder engagement before being written into statute. Maryland received $2.5 million, a $2.5 million federal grant to refine and pilot this framework. That program was designed to allow testing and improvement before institutionalizing changes. From a program stewardship perspective, codifying a framework before completing that refinement creates risk. Once in statute, adjustments require legislation rather than administrative improvement. Before moving forward, the full pilot results, assumptions, and data should be publicly released and evaluated. That is consistent with federal best practice when modifying processes that guide billions in transportation investment. Validation should come before codification. So therefore, we oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Megan Owings. I'm a member of both the Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association as well as Maryland Asphalt Association. My company is an Eastern Shore-based transportation and materials contractor that builds projects for multiple MDOT modes, serving rural communities throughout the Eastern Shore. On the Eastern Shore, transportation funding decisions are not abstract policy choices. They determine whether residents can reach jobs, hospitals, and schools, and whether local workers and small businesses have sustained opportunities. When funding decisions shift, the impact is felt across the community. This bill ties project scoring to benefits relative to cost to the state. That structure favors jurisdictions that can reduce the state share through local match. SB 62 significantly restructures how projects are prioritized for the CTP. Preservation-heavy programs such as paving, rehabilitation, and safety improvements are critical on the Eastern Shore, but they tend to score poorly despite delivering real safety and economic benefits. We support transparency and clear metrics. Before codifying this framework, we should clearly understand how it affects rural and fiscally constrained counties and preservation-driven programs that keep our transportation system safe and functional. Transportation funding's return on investment includes statewide access, safety, and economic mobility. For these reasons, I request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Mike.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, Chair IC, and members of the committee. My name is Mike Higgins, and I represent Concrete General, Gaithersburg-based heavy highway contractor that builds state and local transportation projects throughout Maryland. I've seen many projects move from concept to construction over the years. That process requires engineers, surveyors, subcontractors, suppliers all investing time and resources before a shovel ever hits the ground. When a project moves forward, it supports hundreds of jobs and local businesses. When it stalls late in the process, those investments are lost. My concern is straightforward. We already invest heavily in feasibility, environmental work, and early design before projects reach construction. If a new scoring system is added without full testing, projects may advance partway and then stall. That means engineering dollars spent, planning completed, but no construction. Those dollars spent may become lost costs. They do not build infrastructure here in the state of Maryland. When projects shift unexpectedly in a ranking process, it affects contractors, suppliers, and workforce planning. It creates uncertainty across the delivery chain. If the goal is better prioritization, the system should be stress tested before real budget constraints and validated with full transparency before written into statute. I'll use an example. We've got the opportunity to go test drive a car before we have to buy the car. Why don't we test drive it and make sure this process works? Stability lowers cost, uncertainty raises cost. We oppose this bill. Thank you.
Dear Chair and members of the committee, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Miguel Lambert, and I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 62. I own and operate a certified DBE firm providing hauling services on state and local transportation projects across Maryland. We support highway construction and aggregate delivery and tight schedule projects throughout the state. I built this company from the ground up with a small fleet and a handful of drivers. For us, every contract is not just a line item. It is payroll for working families, equipment payment to local dealers, insurance premiums, fuel purchases, and the ability to hire and retain qualified drivers. When projects move forward, small businesses grow. When projects stall, shift unexpectedly, or disappear from the program, we feel it immediately. The framework you're being asked to codify was built on unfunded pilot program with fewer than 50 projects. The limited pilot did not test how the system performs under real fiscal constraints, competing priorities, and full statewide programming pressure. Before something becomes permanent law, it should be stress tested under real world conditions, especially when it directly affects jobs and small businesses. Additionally, the full scoring data set assumptions, weights, and final rankings were not released for independent review. We understand this case studies presented in meetings were missing certain inputs. When inputs are incomplete, outputs are unreliable. And when outputs determine which projects advance, which are delayed, the stakes are high. Small firms depend on predictability. Our ability to bid competitively, secure bonding, secure equipment, and retain drivers is tied directly to the stable and transparent project pipeline. Before this framework is codified into law, we respectfully ask that the full data set is released.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jason Stanford. I'm the president of the Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance. We are a partnership of citizens and businesses who live, work, and play across the D.C. region, including the great state of Maryland. It is an old adage in transportation that there's always a greater need than funding available. So ultimately, prioritization is an important and worthy goal for Maryland and others to take up. But as often the case, some of the best of intentions can have unintended consequences. We have seen this in a similar prioritization process in Virginia. And in fact, many of the metrics that you're considering that were included in the pilot were ones that are almost identical to what we see in Virginia. And I can tell you, after more than 7 years of talking to elected officials in Northern Virginia and across Virginia about the smart scale prioritization process, the two adjectives that have never come up are transparent and clear. In fact, what I often hear from people is that it is complicated and confusing because every round it normalizes and changes for all of these different projects. And when we rate projects across 6 or 7 different categories, we create kind of a race to the bottom where we normalize the benefits and the costs become the driving factor that we're choosing. As a result, major roadway and transit projects that require significant investment have struggled to earn funding, especially in high-cost areas surrounding the DC region where right-of-way is more expensive. Just for example, Fairfax County, which hasn't earned funding through scoring in Smart Scale for the last 3 or 4 rounds, just released a slide last week saying they're not going to submit for any projects for more than $30 million. This proposed legislation also lacks one of the most important metrics, a measure of how many people will be transported, things like an increase in peak period person throughput. And so instead it focuses on all these other things for capacity expansion projects. And finally, requiring projects to be scored in a system that is only run every 2 years before receiving funding creates an additional potential delay, increasing the time and cost for projects. Again, prioritization is a good thing, but this legislation could have those unintended consequences that results in delays and increased costs for needed transportation and transit improvements across Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. You came in under your time. Outstanding.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Tim Smith, President of the Maryland Asphalt Association, representing 100 roadway companies and 7,000 Marylanders. As written, Senate Bill 62 reduces roadways to an option for Marylanders, when in reality they are essential to everyone's quality of life. Every grocery store item, medical supply, package, piece of freight, school bus ride, and emergency response depends on safe and reliable roadway network. Every zero-car household relies on roads for deliveries, transit buses, paratransit, and first responders. The Maryland Department of Transportation frequently states that system preservation is a priority. Yet the funding decisions tell a different story. State Highway Administration operates one of the most sophisticated and data-driven pavement management systems in the country. I know this firsthand because I spent 25 years helping to nurture and improve it. The engineers who run it now know what it takes to maintain our roads responsibly. And we've heard a lot of words about data-driven and transparency. The facts are approximately $400 million is needed each year to properly preserve Maryland's pavement network. Yet pavement preservation funding has been reduced 3 consecutive years. Today, we're investing less than $200 million a year, half of what is required. To codify into law prioritization structure without clear definitions while underfunding the very asset we rely on the most should concern us all. We're not opposed to a rating system, provided it is fair, transparent, and consistently applied with known objective data. At a minimum, it should be evaluated within each transportation mode. Trying to combine those all together despite despite serving different users, drawing from different funding sources, and carrying vastly different costs does not produce sound policy. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee to better align prioritization process in Senate Bill 62 with objective data and mode-specific evaluation. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Yes, Senator Augustine.
Thank you. How do you all feel about the current system?
Collectively of our group. Tim can answer that. I will speak in really quick on that. I think it's a system that's working for us right now. It does need improvement. I think it would make sense to go through the improvement as a process and not just codify it for what we don't know for sure.
I won't be long, but the feedback that I've received more frequently is that you are not satisfied with the current system. That's just the feedback that I've received. So I just find it challenging that you wouldn't say that now, because that is kind of the feedback that I've received, is that you all are not. I mean, am I wrong in what I've received on that?
You are not wrong, Senator. We do need work on it, but we're not sure that what we're currently seeing in this bill would be the best result for
I
that.
just
to put
only
that in
raised
place.
that because the suggestion that this new system, y'all should, I would hope that we would have a better context that the current system I've heard a lot of complaints about, right? And we're talking about one now that goes to another scoring system that, from at least I've heard, there have been those who have said it's like a best practice that's out there. And so I just find it a little bit challenging when you don't provide that context, and that's all. Thank you much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Senator Salling?
Thank you for your testimony. I think I heard this, that the projects that were done, which were 50 or fewer, that there wasn't a complete, I guess you would say, information, that it was lacking information. What kind of information are you talking about?
We haven't seen it.
We haven't seen it.
Oh, yeah.
I think the comment, and you heard it even from some of the folks that supported the bill, say that it lacked full disclosure.
Okay.
And what we're asking for is, if you want to, and also to respond to your question, Senator Augustine, we're just asking for full disclosure of what was, you're making a decision on less than 50 projects. So statistically, we should have more than 50. That's the first thing. And second of all, at least provide us with full information on how you took that data and made it into the system. We're not saying, I think there's a way to improve what we currently have, but we also have to look at, okay, we're going to go from this to something else. We just want the information.
Can I just say also, is there something more that needs to be done, that you're saying, okay, we need to do this, than making sure that everything through the process is, I guess, a proper way? Because you're saying 50 projects weren't enough, but we can do this to make sure that these type of projects that are done by scoring would be the right way to go about it.
Yeah, I think Chris maybe brought that up in his remarks, is there is money that's available right now to go do a pilot project, to go study more. So we got grant money available. Why aren't we using that grant money to go test out this process to see if that's the right process before we codify?
That's correct. That was our argument.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, members of the committee? Thank you very much. Do we have any other witnesses? Yes, we have one more witness. Come on up.
Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosapep, members of the committee, my name is Michael Sakata, President and CEO of Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association. I represent the tip of the spear for the contractors, engineers, and suppliers who build and maintain Maryland's transportation network. I also served on the Transportation Revenue Infrastructure Needs Commission, which unanimously agreed that Maryland needs a clear, more transparent prioritization framework. That remains today. We support the goal. We support transparency. We support metrics. But what we cannot support, as this bill is drafted, the framework it creates is not ready. First, despite requests, we've not seen the complete pilot data set. The pilot included 48 projects, was never tested under real funding pressures, and had flaws. When we met in December, MDOT walked through examples of high and low scoring projects. Scoring in the bottom 10 was the MARC station, which surprised our team. However, MDOT acknowledged that the project likely scored low because required submittal materials were missing. This is one example of why we need to see the full pilot results before locking this into statute. And what it would be helpful to see a full side-by-side comparison of the current Chapter 30 scoring system and proposed structure. To the other senator's point, we need to know where we are before we need to where we're going to go. Second, counties, MPOs, and local partners have raised consistent concerns with scoring criteria as seen in the testimony from the House. The definitions are too broad. They're not fully developed. The administrative burden is significant. Local governments have said clearly that they cannot evaluate or submit projects under a system They have not been allowed to review in full. MACO, BMC, and others have all urged a more deliberative, collaborative process. Third, more than $50 million has already been programmed into this advanced structure. Those dollars carry cost. Before we commit to the state and every local jurisdiction to a new statutory framework, we need to know that works. Our ask is simple: complete the federal funding requirements, publish the pilot studies, and engage locals in that. I'd love to answer any questions. Yep.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Hedelman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm a little surprised at your characterization of the views of the locals. We just had a county executive from Howard County here. There's plenty of testimony here from other jurisdictions that is favorable. MACO has never been a shrinking violet, and they, in terms of sharing their opposition with us, and they put in a letter of information. MML is here in favor of the bill. So I hear your criticism of the pilot, but these are the folks who are on the front lines, who have a lot at stake through this process, and they seem to be quite okay with it.
Respectfully, no. Respectfully, no, they're not. If you look at their LOI, it does state that they need more clarification. And I'm not debating that. It's literally in the House.
MACO?
MACO, I believe, the three folks I mentioned. So
Okay.
MACO, BMC, yeah. So that's where I pulled it from. I didn't pull out thin air. It actually is in the testimony that they submitted written, that they need, yeah.
Okay, with all due respect, though, I thought I heard you characterize that the leaders of local governments also oppose the bill, which is contrary to what I'm seeing in terms of their testimony.
What I was referring to was what the written LOI or opposition testimony from the House. And I can provide that via email afterwards. Yes.
Senator Cornman.
Thank you, and thank you for the testimony. Just a quick question. You mentioned you were on the Train Commission?
Yes, sir.
Was any of this formally circulated throughout the Train Commission? Was there any feedback from the stakeholders, any official review comments of that nature from the commission before the implementation?
I can't relate to official, unofficial as far as the exacts, but I do know Chapter 30, as it stands, is it's a process, right? There's a prioritization happening now, and let's be honest, MDOT's doing that, doing this to some degree. What we're asking for is the metrics, and let me answer your question is do we need to have a process that codifies, removes system preservation as a priority, removes a lot of different things in there that we don't know what the unintended consequences will be when they've applied for a $2.5 million project pilot process through Federal Highway? I think, to me, it's about sequencing. It's let's, as a good friend said, let the turkey bake. We can't put the turkey in the oven for 800 degrees and let it cook over in an hour. Let it sit. You got this process. I understand there's a NTP in the fall to hire a contractor to understand what the pilot process is going to be. And so let's figure it out first.
No,
That's all we're
I
asking.
appreciate the long and short is your written testimony had said that that you believe the new process should be validated through the commission?
100%.
Right.
Yes. Well,
that's what I was asking, if that had happened yet today. That's all I was asking.
No, and we did ask for a update to the prioritization process to be brought back to the commission.
Right.
And essentially what you guys are here to do is to validate the process that they're saying, but putting the cart before the horse, they're trying to codify those things before the process.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm trying to help
Yes,
you
sir.
out here.
Thank you.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll be quiet.
Thank you. Any other questions, members of the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 62.
Okay. That was fun to walk in on. All right, Senate Bill 59, Senator Hedelman. I have a sneaking suspicion about this one.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Shelley Heddleman, Senator from District 11, and I am here to talk about the Transportation Climate Alignment Act. This is a very important bill that I think, as we all know, transportation decisions are among the most important and consequential investments we make as a state. This bill helps to ensure that those investments expand opportunity and deliver better long-term value for all of us. You will see in your thick testimony packet individual pieces of written testimony from over 40 different groups that include labor and education, and business and environment, transportation, disability rights, faith, and community groups. And I want to walk briefly through what this bill exactly does and does not do. There are two main components of the bill. First, it requires MDOT to evaluate major projects in the Consolidated Transportation Program, the CTP, for their impacts on climate pollution and vehicle traffic, which is measured as vehicle miles traveled. That analysis will be used to ensure the state's transportation spending is making progress towards Maryland's existing greenhouse gas reduction targets. Second, for new major highway expansion projects, those that are over $100 million, MDOT would conduct a project-level impact assessment during planning. If a project is projected to increase emissions, the department would incorporate strategies into the project's design to address those impacts. They could include multimodal elements like transit service improvements, bicycle infrastructure, or strategies like transit-oriented development and transportation demand management. This also encourages the design of good congestion relief projects that can be built in a less expensive way than traditional highway expansions. And for example, you can use the existing right-of-way to create an HOV and bus lane, which costs much less than expanding a highway with a new travel lane. We've done that in the last few years with the completion of US 29 Flash Bus Rapid project in Montgomery County that moves thousands of people each day. So what does the bill not do? This bill is prospective and does not impact projects already funded for construction or projects that have completed the NEPA review process. It does not apply to projects under the Maryland Transportation Authority, MDTA, and it does not apply to state of good repair, road maintenance, or system preservation work. If my colleagues are wondering about specific projects, it does not apply to the American Legion Bridge. It does not apply to the Bay Bridge. It does not apply to the Key Bridge, US 15, or I-81. This policy is meant to encourage better upfront project design, potentially skipping the need for assessment at all. The other states that are doing this are not seeing project delays, but instead are seeing smarter alternatives moving forward that incorporate transportation demand management and multimodal investments. So why do we need this bill? Transportation is the second largest expense for most Maryland families. Think about that. The second largest expense after housing. And it's also the largest source of climate pollution. We have a governor who introduced this executive order talking about implementing climate pollution reduction plans. And in this executive order from, I think it was June 24, he specifically talks about the Maryland Department of Transportation and things that they should be doing within the CTP, establishing specific annual greenhouse and vehicle miles traveled reduction targets for the transportation sector. This bill goes directly to that point and puts us more in line with being consistent with our goals. Our major investments should be delivering better outcomes and doing so cost effectively. We invest billions of dollars in transportation each year, yet too many Marylanders still lack reliable, affordable options to get where they need to go, to their jobs, to places where they want to recreate, to family, et cetera. The TCA puts that approach into practice by building smarter and investing in efficient, lower-maintenance transportation infrastructure can reduce Maryland's long-term costs while also expanding mobility. As you will hear later in the panel, the states that have implemented similar policies, they're seeing more money becoming available to invest in highway maintenance while slowing the growth of that over time. This bill also codifies aspects of this executive order on climate that MDOT is already implementing, and it helps advance the complete streets policy that we passed in 2024 to ensure that vulnerable roadway users such as pedestrians and cyclists, wheelchair users, and students walking to school don't get left behind. The transportation decisions that we make today will shape Maryland's future for decades. The Transportation Climate Alignment Act ensures that those decisions are guided by clear information and focused on delivering better outcomes for all Marylanders. There's a lot more information that my panel will share, including data that demonstrates that Marylanders want more options. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, and we'll turn over to my other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you to the chair and the committee. I'm Casey Hunter here on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Maryland in support of Senate Bill 59, which is a priority bill for the League. So this bill touches on almost every single aspect of our lives. It's about climate, it's about affordability, and it's about who has real access to opportunities here in our state. Right now, we have high costs, we have high pollution, and we have a transportation system that unfortunately just does not work for everyone equally. As Senator Hedelman mentioned, transportation is Maryland's second largest household expense behind housing, and in more rural communities like out in Frostburg, it's often the largest household expense. New BLS data released just earlier this week shows that households in the Baltimore area are spending upwards of $16,000 each year on transportation costs. So we have a lot of Marylanders right now who are being priced out of basic mobility. The status quo is not working, and the impacts are not being felt evenly. Our overburdened and underserved communities are also being left behind. The Central Maryland Transportation Alliance's most recent report card found that only 7.5% of jobs in the Baltimore region are accessible within 1 hour by public transit, and that number is down from 11% in 2015. So the trend here is very clear. Transportation right now is not connecting people to opportunity. It is increasingly acting as a barrier, and that's exactly why we need this bill. The TCA will ensure that our state's biggest investments are actually delivering better outcomes for Maryland residents. This approach can also save the average household more than $3,000 each year on transportation costs by providing more affordable options. It's also a smarter use of taxpayer dollars. Independent analysis shows that this approach can generate significant long-term savings for Maryland, and my colleague from RMI will walk you through those findings in more detail. TCA does not ask us to choose between climate action, affordability, or mobility. It delivers all three by investing smarter, planning better, and putting people first. The League urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Miguel Moravic, and I work from RMI. Committee members, when the roof on your home is leaking, when it needs maintenance, just like we heard from the last panel, your first action is probably not to add an expensive expansion to that house. More likely, your first action, the economic one, would be to patch up that leak, to make the most out of your existing asset. In Maryland, the leaky roof is cost, where we faced $1 billion plus budget deficit. How can we patch that leak? States like Minnesota and Colorado are using policy frameworks like the TCA to right-size their transportation budgets. In Colorado, the state has shifted money into 5 bus rapid transit projects to better meet urban travel demand and climate goals. By focusing on improving existing roadways with multimodal solutions, they are maximizing existing assets, turbocharging economic development, and shrinking the state's maintenance burden. The Colorado State DOT projects that their TCA will unlock $40 billion of net benefit by 2050, and that's from the Colorado State DOT. You'll hear my colleague Eric share how Minnesota is also unlocking savings from this policy. They are now designing future highway projects with lane management and bus rapid transit baked into project design up front to reduce maintenance costs by $30 to $60 million a year per project. That's just one case. But imagine if the TCA encouraged planners to do the same here in Maryland. By squeezing out the maximum value of our existing assets with multimodal improvements, we here at RMI project that Maryland can save $550 million a year on average. For context, that is 8% of state transportation expenditures in 2022 here in Maryland. It turns out that prioritizing projects that move the most people per dollar is not only great fiscal policy, but also helps meet our climate goals. Most importantly, this framework will also give Marylanders more affordable choices to actually skip traffic. Thank you, and happy to stand for questions.
Thanks. What was your name again?
My name is Miguel Moravec with the Rocky Mountain Institute.
Okay. You got it? Couldn't find you on here.
I submitted informational testimony.
Ah, I got you. Very good.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Josh Tolkien. On behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club, we are urging a favorable report. TCA is one of the Sierra Club's top priorities for this legislative session for these reasons. First, investing in transit, biking, and walking is urgently needed to reduce tailpipe pollution. The Baltimore region and Cecil County are designated as serious non-attainment of federal ozone standards, which means there are significant health risks for both the general population as well as vulnerable constituencies, the elderly and children. Residents are breathing unhealthy air. At the same time, the Trump administration has withdrawn guidance directing federal agencies to consider climate change and environmental justice in their own NEPA reviews. And the EPA recently reversed the endangerment finding, which was its finding recognizing climate change as a threat that required regulation. Altogether, the point is, it is incumbent upon Maryland to ensure that its transportation planning is taking into account these pollutants. Number two, investments support local transportation needs. Nearly every county has put in a request into MDOT as part of the planning process in their 2025 priority letters for some type of transit, biking, and walking. For example, St. Mary's County asked for bicycle infrastructure between the Three-Notch Trail and Solomon's Island that would help commuters and boost tourism. Finally, this policy has strong public support. We commissioned a poll with Gonzalez Research in 2025 that found, amongst other things, 78% of Marylanders, including 74% of respondents from rural areas, supported investing in more transit, biking, and walking. Smarter planning can allow us to make prudent decisions that make the best of the resources that we have available while making sure that we are not building projects that we cannot afford to maintain in the future. We believe this is smart, prudent, good for the climate. The committee has passed this bill in the past, and we urge the committee a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about this bill. For the record, I'm Joe McAndrew here, Assistant Secretary from the Maryland Department of Transportation, back for a second time. Maryland's transportation sector represents the largest contributor of greenhouse gas emissions, and for us to meet the state codified goals and the goals for the governor in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, we're ultimately going to be making progress within our transportation sector. Fortunately, over the last couple of years, we have been making progress, but more can be done. That is why since 2024, we've worked with the sponsor here, as well as my colleagues on the panel, to identify an approach that this legislation can take that balances our environmental goals, statewide transportation needs, and implementation considerations. For that reason, the department supports this legislation with amendments that support effective implementation of the bill. First, the department seeks amendments that will delay implementation of the project-specific analysis to give more time for our effective implementation. And second, the bill requires MDOT to evaluate the consolidated transportation programs beginning with the FY28 CTP to ensure the larger program of surface transportation investments is making progress towards the state's climate goals. We're already doing that as part of the governor's climate executive order, and we'd encourage that we do that with the next CTP that we release this fall. There is a small fiscal note associated with adopting a best practice, I would say, in terms of adopting modeling upgrades to the statewide transportation model, and we can likely absorb and address that within our budgeting exercise. And for that reason, the Department of Transportation is committed to doing our part and ask for a favorable with amendment on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, Senator Bailey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard the list, Senator, when you said there were some bridges that were not would not be on there. One thing that I did not hear was the Thomas Johnson Bridge that is in need of repair. Need of replacement. There is no more repair for that bridge. Is that on the list?
It's not on the list of exempted projects at this moment. I will say it's not at the point where it would be exempt under the bill. And I will also say that in the context, my understanding is that discussions about the planning and that project also include pedestrian and bike aspects to that project, which is entirely compatible with what we're talking about here.
So my question is, we have incredible backups right now trying to get to work, adding 30 minutes to an hour to go 4 miles, trying to get people to work to get to the base. And we're trying to move that project. How much are we talking a project like this would inflate? Because when we had this bill before and I asked what would the inflation be when we did the Mac Middleton Bridge, they said it would have been over $100 million to incorporate that on the Mac Middleton Bridge. Is that similar to that on the Thomas Johnson Bridge?
So, I'll defer to MDOT on that, but I can't put a price on that.
I think this is partially why we'd like the delay in the implementation, just so we can build the model, so we can ultimately assess what the impact would look like, and then ultimately determine what the right mitigation package would be, because it can take different forms and approaches. I think each project has different context to it. So I think at this juncture, it's probably too early to be definitive that it's going to cost X, because we just haven't done the work on this project in particular.
But to be clear, too, this only applies to projects that are over $100 million.
Well, there's a big bridge.
So
it's clearly going to be over $100 million.
So then that needs to happen in the course of the modeling and the assessment of the greenhouse gases and the impact of vehicle miles traveled for that project.
I would just say I totally agree. If we could get people over the bridge, we probably wouldn't have near the greenhouse gases that are being incorporated by us sitting there for 30 minutes to an hour.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it brief because I imagine we'll probably have some more discussion about this in the future. The list that you talked about, I couldn't find it. Where is the list and what makes somebody an exempt? Like you mentioned the projects, the bridges. You got my attention with 81, obviously. You said 81 and 15, some of the ones.
Right.
I couldn't find in the bill where those projects were listed
So they're
as
not
exempt.
specific. So this bill is prospective.
Correct.
So those projects have gone through the NEPA process. Some of them are MDTA. Those kinds of projects are not covered by this bill.
Even if they're broken down in multiple phases, because like 81 I'm most familiar with.
Right.
It's a 4-phase project. Phase 2 is what they're in now, but we haven't even started doing design. I don't think they've done NEPA on phase 3 and 4. So I guess I see the MDOT guy shaking his head over there. So what do you got?
I think we have NEPA completed, but I can confirm and come back to you.
All right. Okay, that's it for now, but thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for this panel? Okay, I have 4 more people testify in favor. If they want to come up, switch seats. Haley Peckett, Eric Dorton, Kristen Harbison, and Terrence Fitzgerald. Can begin whenever somebody's ready.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Haley Peckett. Again, for the record, Deputy Director of Montgomery County DOT. I will be brief and try not to repeat our previous testimonies, but I'm here to request your favorable report on SB 59. I want to focus on the fact that transportation choices happen at the local level, and the choices that the choices that we provide to the public help us make the choices on how we're going to travel. And for the past century, we've invested in a lot of roadway capacity, but as others have said, that this has resulted in a situation where we have a lot of greenhouse gas emissions and a lot of people who cannot afford and cannot access a lot of their daily needs without a lot of expenses and emissions. In Montgomery County and across the state, we've started trying to change that narrative and making intentional choices, investing in climate-friendly transportation, in transit and zero-emission buses, and transportation demand management, because we know that widening roads, it just isn't feasible or cost-effective in most cases. However, we know people still rely on cars, and roadway expansion projects may be needed, but these often cause induced demand. So what we like about SB 59 is that it allows the planners, the people behind the project, to think and be more intentional about what they are looking for before they actually start on the projects. It focuses on just the largest projects and helps consider if the goals can be made in less impactful ways. Finally, I want to note that the federal government is walking back progress on fuel efficiency standards and measurement of environmental and human harm from greenhouse gas emissions. So leaders like Maryland, like Montgomery County, need to keep us moving forward in terms of progress on reducing transportation-related emissions and the environmental and human health impacts that they cause. We urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Kristen Harbison, Political Director for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. Maryland LCV is here in strong support of SB 59, the Transportation Climate Alignment Act, and we thank Senator Hettleman for her ongoing leadership in this issue. The bill is a top priority for Maryland LCV, as well as the Community Coalition for the Environment, which comprises more than 40 organizations working on statewide environmental policy in Annapolis. As the state faces significant budget shortfall, it's essential that every transportation dollar is spent in a way that best meets the needs of the communities impacted by the projects, including consideration of air quality, climate pollution, and access to affordable, accessible, and sustainable public transportation options. Whether it's addressing safety concerns in Prince George's County, locally operated transit for communities in Montgomery County or Western Maryland, improved bike and pedestrian infrastructure in Baltimore City, or any of the other priority considerations for counties around the state, this bill would make sure that our transportation projects are responsive to the needs of the communities they serve. SB 59 would make Maryland a leader, along with Minnesota and Colorado, in forward-thinking, sustainable, community-focused transportation policy, and we strongly urge swift action to issue a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosapep, members of the committee, I am Dr. Terry Fitzgerald, speaking on behalf of Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility in strong support of SB 59. I have submitted written testimony, which I hope that you or your staff can look at, but let me just say a few words about the TCA in the 120 seconds that you have granted me. There are many good reasons to support the TCA, but as a representative of CPSR, I would like to focus on a different dimension. What we are talking about here is for generations to come. We live in a world that was designed for automobiles, but burning fossil fuels is poisoning us. Greenhouse gases from fossil fuels feed the climate crisis, which is creating catastrophes in the world and dangerous threats to this country and to our state. This is not hyperbole. I would refer you here to the Comptroller's report, Climate Change Costs, which is part of my written testimony. You, however, have here the opportunity to do something about this. The TCA is a step toward changing our culture and changing from car-centric planning to human-centric planning. The provisions of the TCA create new transportation opportunities for our citizens, giving them the freedom to choose to leave the car behind, saving money, decreasing pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, and improving traffic as a side effect. We cannot continue to delay doing this and taking action. Your action on the TCA allows us to reduce our contributions to the climate chaos and make Maryland a leader in developing a world in which our grandchildren will be able to thrive instead of struggling to mitigate the effects of our failure to look the problem in the face and deal with it now. Thank you for your time and attention.
Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Eric Norton. I'm the Director of Policy and Programs with the Central Maryland Transportation Alliance. You've heard a lot of great arguments today in favor, so I don't want to repeat those. Instead, I'll focus on a key point that we continue to hear and came up earlier today, and that's cost. Some have argued that TCA will increase the pressure on the Transportation Trust Fund by driving up project costs and crowding out maintenance. But the truth is that our current system does a pretty good job of that already. You heard the Maryland Asphalt Association on the previous bill say that under the status quo, we routinely neglect maintenance in favor of highway widenings again and again. These projects are enormously expensive, and every new lane we pour today becomes a long-term maintenance liability tomorrow. Despite the price tag, the strategy doesn't even work. It just makes congestion worse over time. We do a transportation report card regularly for the greater Baltimore area, and we've been doing it for about 10 years now, and over time, we've seen that commute times keep getting longer, road conditions are deteriorating. TCA can reverse that pattern by helping us design better, more affordable projects up front before they become long-term liabilities. We've seen what this looks like in practice in Minnesota. Officials were looking at expanding I-94 through Minneapolis and St. Paul using a process similar to TCA. They realized a widening mega project wasn't the only option. They shifted to evaluating smaller scale alternatives with similar upfront costs but lower long-term costs, saving the state up to $30 million a year. There's a saying that when you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. Well, many of the opponents of this bill have steamrollers, and to them, every problem looks like a new lane. They want you to believe that there's only one very expensive solution, but we all know Maryland has an entire toolbox of solutions: safety retrofits, public transit, operational fixes, transportation demand management, smarter land use. TCA helps us choose the right tool for each job instead of defaulting to the most costly, least effective one. It doesn't increase pressure on the trust fund, it relieves it by preventing overbuilt and overpriced mega projects that burden the state for decades. Thank you so much. I respectfully encourage a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we're now going to move on to the unfavorables. I'll take groups of 4. We'll do Chris Lawson, Michael Higgins, Megan Owings, and Miguel Lambert. Welcome.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon again. My name is Chris Lawson, and again, I spent 31 years with the Federal Highway Administration overseeing federal transportation programs before joining the Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association. From a federal program standpoint, major infrastructure investments are evaluated based on safety, mobility, economic benefit, and environmental compliance. Those reviews already include emissions analysis and alternatives under federal law. SB 59 introduces greenhouse gas and vehicle miles traveled thresholds that could function as a gate before projects complete full planning and environmental process. Vehicle miles traveled is a measurement of activity. In growing regions, VMT increases because jobs increase, freight moves, and housing demand expands. Historically, mobility and economic output have moved together. Federal Highway Administration data showed that U.S. VMT grew from roughly 1.5 trillion miles in 1980 to more than 3.2 trillion miles in 2019. Over that same period, real GDP has more than doubled. The Bureau of Transportation Statistics has also documented the link between freight movement and economic growth. Federal climate strategy has focused on reducing emissions intensity through cleaner vehicles, cleaner fuels, and operational efficiency. That approach targets emissions at the source. If VMT becomes a structural trigger, we risk equating economic activity with environmental harm. If the goal is emissions reduction, A better option should prioritize cleaner technology and systems efficiency while preserving mobility, freight reliability, and economic competitiveness. So therefore, we respectfully oppose this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. My name is Megan Owings. I'm a member of both the Maryland Transportation Builders Materials Association as well as Maryland Asphalt Association. Again, my company is a Maryland transportation contractor based on the Eastern Shore, where we build highways, airport runways, and other critical infrastructure serving rural communities. On the Eastern Shore, road transportation is access. It connects residents to hospitals, jobs, schools, and essential services. There are few meaningful transit alternatives, so we rely on personal vehicles to participate in the economy. SB 59 links major highway projects to greenhouse gas and vehicle miles traveled thresholds and requires multimodal offsets when those thresholds are exceeded. The bill does this without a dedicated funding source, creating uncertainty and delay risk for projects that are essential to safety and access all across Maryland. As drafted, the offset requirement functions as a policy penalty rather than a performance-based environmental solution. VMT is not a negative indicator on the Eastern Shore. It reflects employment, tourism, and economic activity. In rural regions, transit does not reduce vehicle miles traveled associated with freight, emergency access, agriculture, or long-distance commuting. Treating VMT as a trigger for penalties disproportionately impacts rural areas. Climate policy should focus on cleaner vehicles, cleaner fuels, and transportation system preservation, and not penalize communities that depend on roads for mobility. For these reasons, I am opposed. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon again, Vice Chair, members of the committee, and I would like to quick call out to Senator Zucker for giving us a little bit of congestion relief here at the table. A little tight up here with 5 or 6 of us sitting here.
We're for transportation solutions here.
Perfect. So again, my name is Mike Higgins, and I represent Concrete General, Gaithersburg-based heavy highway contractor. Major corridor projects take years of planning and investments before construction begins. This bill adds new greenhouse gas and VMT review requirements and requires offsets without a dedicated funding source. When projects are delayed for additional modeling and mitigation design, as we heard today from MDOT, it's going to take a little bit more time. Inflation does and continue to impact those projects. Materials, labor, engineering costs rise. That reduces how far transportation dollars can go. Vehicle miles traveled is often treated as a negative outcome. In reality, it reflects economic activity, more jobs, more freight, more housing, more tourism, all translate into movement. Penalizing VMT creates tension between economic growth and infrastructure investment. As we heard from the senator today, a little earlier, if emissions reduction is a goal, congestion relief is a possible solution for that. But we should also focus on accelerating fleet turnover to higher miles per gallon for our vehicles and electric vehicles. Restricting capacity does not eliminate demand. It increases or shifts congestion and increases costs. So we oppose this bill. But thank you for the time this afternoon.
Great. Good afternoon again. Miguel Lambert. I'm here to oppose the bill, SB 59. I own and operate a certified DBE trucking company that provides hauling services and transportation across Maryland. Our company supports highway, construction, material delivery, and critical infrastructure improvements statewide. We are a small business, and our stability depends on projects moving forward with certainty. The bill introduces new greenhouse gas and vehicle miles driven or vehicle miles traveled thresholds that could delay major highway expansion and require mitigation offsets without a dedicated funding to implement them. On paper, those requirements may appear manageable. In practice, they introduce uncertainty to project pipeline. And for small businesses like mine, uncertainty directly impacts hiring decisions, equipment financing, bonding capacity, and payroll. Regional modeling has shown that simply stopping and or constraining capacity project does not automatically guarantee long-term emissions reduction. As Senator Bailey mentioned, congestion will increase idling, increase rerouting, and inefficiencies that undermine climate goals. If you are serious about real, measurable climate progress, we should focus on cleaner trucks, improved fuel standards, smarter logistics, and technology-driven route optimization. We can reduce emission without penalizing mobility, job creation, and economic growth. I respectfully ask that you carefully consider real-world impact that this bill would have on small businesses. Let us pursue a solution that balances environmental and economic stability. So with this, I thankfully ask that you oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this panel? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll now call up Mike Sakata, Tim Smith, Jason Stanford, Rory Murray, and Hannah Allen. Mike, you want to just tee us off?
Yeah,
All right.
thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My job is to work for the people of Maryland. I work for the traveling public. Whether you commute by car, bike, or transit or plane, or depend on the Port of Baltimore to move goods. I work for the families who click buy now and expect those products to arrive at their doorstep each and every day without delay. I'm Michael Sakata, President and CEO of Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association. All of that movement depends on a functioning system. Roads, bridges, transit, airports, ports. From 1990 to 2016, Maryland has had an average of 25 lane miles per year. Today, SHA maintains 17,440 lane miles statewide. That growth reflected population expansion, freight demand, tourism, and economic activity. This bill penalizes projects based on VMT. VMT is not inherently negative. VMT reflects people working, reflects goods moving, reflects economic growth. Yet the fiscal note warns that just adding 20 lane miles in the Baltimore region could generate up to $173 million additional VMT annually, and mitigation costs could cost in the hundreds of millions, even billions. By the way, MDOT modeled 4 purple line projects in last year's framework, assuming a project advanced through with ALB, by the way. Regional no-build modeling conducted by MWCOG shows that simply halting capacity projects does not deliver meaningful long-term climate improvements when growth continues. There's also a fiscal conflict. You cannot suppress mobility while relying on it to fund the system without long-term consequences. If the goal is better climate, then target the tailpipe, not the travel. Clean the cars, clean the trucks, clean the fuel, clean the grid. Do not punish progress. Do not penalize prosperity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Hannah Allen here today on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in respectful opposition to the bill. As you have heard, the bill is doing 2 main things. First, it is requiring MDOT to evaluate major transportation highway projects for greenhouse gas impacts. I would argue, I think that first piece is largely being addressed in the CTP bill that you just heard before this. The second piece that requires any project over $100 million to be paired with an equal mitigation or multimodal investment package is the piece that we are most concerned with. The concern is that we're not identifying a single dollar to pay for those investments. So MDOT would now have to fund these multimodal investments and programs concurrently with funding for the construction of the highway project. The fiscal note outlines that mitigation efforts could total hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars, depending on the strategies that are deployed. And when you add new costs without funding, we will see fewer projects in general. So, I will say Maryland's transportation project is currently under strain. It's an issue that our members care a lot about. We support sustainable transportation solutions and funding, and we want to see that addressed before we move forward with ideas that are laid out in this bill. And I just want to kind of put all of those comments into context, the U.S. Department of Transportation has data that shows that Maryland ranks 40th in the nation for per capita state spending on roadways. Adding new procedural hurdles and cost obligations will only push needed projects further down the list. So again, our concern is that the bill is risking slowing projects on the very transportation challenges that we're trying to address. Thanks very much.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Jason Stanford again from the Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance. I think we are operating under a false, kind of premise or pretext here somewhat with this legislation. And the reality is that elimination of future roadway projects has a limited impact on vehicle miles traveled or greenhouse gas emissions in the region. How is that possible? Well, about 80% of trips in the Washington, D.C. region are still taken via automobile today and will be 25 years from now. The Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments Transportation Planning Board did an evaluation of a build versus no build scenario. And in the build scenario, there was a 15% increase in vehicle miles traveled. In the no build, no new roadways, 13.5% increase in vehicle miles traveled over today's levels. How is that possible? Job and population growth are key drivers for vehicle miles traveled. At the same time, emissions would still go down from today's levels due to increases in fuel efficiency and electric vehicles. In fact, they studied aggressive EV policies and saw an 80% reduction in emissions over the next 25 years compared to aggressive TOD demand management policies only in the single digits. What is the real impact of legislation like this? A 28% increase in congestion in the build versus no build and congestion and delays across the region. Projects also become more expensive when additional elements are required. Paired with the last legislation you heard on prioritization, that makes projects more expensive and thus less likely to move forward. Let's be clear, this is about creating a policy that makes it harder to expand the capacity of our roadway network. At the same time, 2/3 of households in the DC region with incomes under $60,000 rely on an automobile to get to work. People care about commute and travel times. This legislation will result in greater congestion and delays for those who can't telework, can't take transit, or afford to live or work near transit, while doing little to actually reduce emissions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and committees members. I'm Tim Smith, President of the Maryland Asphalt Association, representing 100 roadway companies and about 7,000 employees. Our industry supports environmental stewardship. We are already reducing emissions through increased recycling. Asphalt is the most recycled product on the planet by volume. With warm mix technologies, improved efficiency at our plants and equipment, sustainability is just a part of how we operate. However, Senate Bill 59 takes a very narrow view of transportation emissions and risks unintended consequences. For instance, the full life cycle of greenhouse gas emissions must be considered, not just the operations of the transportation facility once it's in place. Maintenance and safety projects must be clearly exempt. Bridge repairs, ADA upgrades, guardrail, and projects do not add general purpose lanes. These never should trigger offset requirements. Compliance should be measured across the full transportation program, not project by project, to allow responsible flexibility. Other states, like we've heard, Minnesota does this now. Offsets should be should be allowed within the same capital program cycle, not required at the same time as construction. And the definition of capacity expansion should be narrowed to exclude safety improvements, operational upgrades, and managed lanes. Environmental responsibility and reliable transportation are not competing priorities. Maryland can and should pursue both, but Senate Bill 59 does not strike that right balance. For these reasons, we urge caution and significant amendments to Senate Bill 59. Thank you for your consideration.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Rory Murray here on behalf of the American Council of Engineering Companies of Maryland. Much of what I was going to discuss has already been talked about, but I've got two main points I'd still like to make. First, I want to be clear, and I think everybody at the table would agree with me, everybody's in support of a robust multimodal transportation network. We should expand transit, bike, pedestrian options, and invest in complete streets when it makes sense. But it shouldn't be a zero-sum game. It can't be this or that because then somebody is left to the side. Policies that this body have passed have reduced per capita CO2 emissions roughly by half since 2005, and Maryland now has the lowest per capita energy-related CO2 emissions in the nation. Each of these policies have done a lot of environmental good, but they've also come with unique sets of complications and significant public and private investment. And as this committee knows more than any other, the budget is stretched thin. Maryland is not Colorado or Minnesota, which are the only two other states that have similar policies. We're much more densely populated, and we have a much higher driver-to-population ratio. So responsibly adding and managing highway capacity is essential to keep people and goods moving and ensure, most importantly, a safe driving experience. It's not something we can opt out of. We sit at the center of the Boston-Washington corridor with direct access to the nation's capital, highly productive ports and freight rail, world-class universities and federal labs, and once-in-a-generation projects like the Sphere at National Harbor moving forward. If we get this wrong, we sacrifice a massive upside in job potential, private investment, tax base, and we just make life harder for drivers who are already frustrated. In short, this bill would limit the state and local jurisdictions from expanding roads to support new housing, population growth, economic development, and congestion when they feel that it's necessary for the state to move forward. And for these reasons, we respectfully urge an unfavorable report.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for this panel? Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I think I heard one of you talk about a Colorado bill, and you were just comment. What do you mean by that? Somebody mentioning that?
I think it was
similar to it.
Yeah, no, let me, if I don't mind, if I take that. It was referenced in the previous bill that this is similar to a Colorado bill that on TCA, and I think that this is actually not like the Colorado bill. It's very dissimilar. This bill would be the most restrictive in the country. Colorado manages emissions, by the way, at the statewide level. They adjust the overall transportation program if targets are missed. They do not stop individual projects because one project increases VMT. This bill creates a project level trigger. If a single project increases model VMT, it can be delayed unless offsets are funded at the same time. That is a hard delivery gate. They also exempt rural counties. It's a major structural shift. I think we have not seen this modeling on current projects and what the actual fiscal impact is on this bill, but we have seen it on last year's bill, which I already mentioned earlier. Imagine if one ALB would happen, they would have to create 1, 2, 3, 4 purple lines. 4 purple lines to tantamount of what this bill would include before they can move on the American Legion Bridge or something in that tantamount. And before we lock in a statute, I think I would just comment, we need to understand the real world consequences.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for this panel? Okay, thank you very much. We do have Miguel Morovec. I know. Okay, great. Then that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 559. We're now moved to Senate Bill 434. Senator Love.
No, you're not Senator Love.
I am not Senator Love. I am Gretchen Zekiel. I am Senator Love's Chief of Staff, here to present Senate Bill 434. And I certainly want to address the committee, Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosapep, and committee members. Senator Love regrets that she's not here to present this bill because this is actually the very first bill that's been heard in B&T, but she is in JPR presenting 2 other bills. So I think that even in my capacity, certainly in yours, we have all heard from constituents over the past few years that are really burdened by rising energy costs. And as a matter of fact, last session, you all passed the Next Generation Energy Act. And as part of that act, 2 energy credits were issued to residential residents who pay utility bills, and that was paid out of the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. And those two payments successfully were appeared on residential customers' accounts, energy accounts, bills, both in September and then again in the December-January time period. And based on looking at Governor Moore's proposed budget, they may be receiving another rebate sometime in the next fiscal year. What we were very sort of surprised about is that these credits did not apply to all residents. And we actually heard from a number of disgruntled residents who live in a particular co-op, and you're going to hear after I finish my testimony from one of the residents who was quite upset that she and other members of the co-op were not eligible for the rebate, even though they do pay residential energy bills. So what SB 434 does is it seeks to address this injustice. It extends the rebate to those Marylanders and only those Marylanders who did not receive an energy rebate before and will not receive a future energy rebate if it does indeed happen because of current circumstances. So why did some households receive an energy rebate and others didn't? Members of cooperatives and those who reside in condominiums usually have something called a master metered account. And what that means is that there is a bill that is generated, and that bill... Members of cooperatives and those who reside in condominiums, okay, back to the fascinating topic of master metered bills. So a bill that is generated, and that they receive a bill based on total energy consumption. A bill is generated, goes to the building, it is apportioned using whatever metric they determine, and then it goes to residents to pay that particular bill. Other residents, those who received the credit, have individual accounts where it's very easy to be able to measure consumption and to issue a credit based as a line item on their energy bill. And this particular outcome came about based on a conversation that the PSC facilitated with utilities. Utilities basically said we're challenged where master meter accounts exist because we don't know we know what type of account, but we don't know if they are businesses or residents. So the decision was made to make anybody with a master metered account ineligible to receive the rebate. And I don't want to speak for everybody in the room, but my understanding is that the Maryland General Assembly's intent was that all households who paid residential bills would be eligible for these. That at least was the understanding in our office. Despite this difficulty, although somehow Easton Utilities was able to issue a credit for those with master metered accounts, the PSC did a master metered migration study a while back, and they identified 840 master metered accounts. And in this study, they offered, as a byproduct, that they would supply the names and addresses of these master metered accounts. So our thinking is that it should be relatively easy to get these master metered accounts and differentiate for, I don't know, someone, a group to do, to differentiate between consumer accounts, residential accounts, and business accounts, and then somehow to get that credit to either the board of directors or a governing board of a co-op or condo, and make sure that all residents in Maryland who are paying these energy bills are eligible for a rebate. And for these reasons, I urge you for a favorable report on SB 434.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, we have Miriam Hamilton online. You need to unmute yourself now. There you go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members, Ms. Ezekiel, and thank you for the opportunity to support Senate Bill 0434. I'm Miriam Hamilton, Vice President of the Promenade Board of Directors in Bethesda, a co-op with 1,071 units spanning 1.36 million square feet. In the year between 2024 and 2025, our electricity costs rose 25% and 40% since 2019. Our elderly residents on fixed income struggle to make ends meet. We turn to future initiatives on the part of utility companies and elected officials to create greater affordable access to energy, particularly clean energy. Note that as a large building, our continual obligations to meet the building energy performance standards included installing energy-saving measures such as LED lights, recommissioning of our building automation system, and a sustained search for affordable heat pump technology. However, these upgrades all rely on lower utility bills to offset capital investments within short payback periods. So no matter how efficient we become, price hikes massacre savings, and the authors of BEPS likely never expected skyrocketing electricity prices to dash Maryland's hopes of a more efficient future. We thank Senator Love for championing this bill. And like many multifamily buildings, we are able to supply names, unit numbers, and prorated costs between mid-24 and mid-25, which was the period under discussion. And these are equivalent to electrical bills. PEPCO, which is our utility company, would only have to issue a joint check to our management company or credit, and that would accrue to us. SB 0434 is a show of confidence, assuring residents that our government is indeed listening. Thank you again.
Thank you. Questions for our online witness? Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
We're moving on to 518. Senator King. Bring up anybody you like.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. A few years ago, our colleague Delegate Ryan Spiegel from over in the House was then on the City Council of Gaithersburg, and he worked with the city and several partners to open what is now known as the Gaithersburg Financial Empowerment Center. This is a very successful program that provides primarily adults with free, hands-on, one-on-one financial counseling. In its first couple of years, the center helped residents achieve hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt reduction or elimination, as well as establishing new savings accounts and budget plans. Clients learned about building credit scores, family budgets, access to home buying loans, available tax credits, and more. And these were all measurable, life-changing metrics from this one center. Senate Bill 518 will build on the success of that local program and establish the Maryland Financial Empowerment Center Network pilot, its program throughout the state. The program will be run by the Comptroller's Office and is set to begin in FY 2027 and run for 3 years. And with 11 regional offices around the state, the Comptroller's Office will be able to host FEC coaching sessions throughout Maryland. Given the potentially huge return on investment and the transformative impacts on people's quality of life, as well as the long-term benefit to the state, I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 518.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, my name is Lona Muckle, and I'm the Senior Policy Associate for the Cash Campaign of Maryland. Cash stands for Creating Assets, Savings, and Hope, and we are a nonprofit based in Baltimore, and we promote the economic advancement for low to moderate income individuals and families. All Marylanders deserve access to knowledge that will help them overcome financial barriers and make financial decisions that improve their future. Cash has been a long-term supporter of financial empowerment centers. We've helped them get established, train navigators, and participated in different steering committees. At Cash, we know that financial coaches work because last year, through our free financial services, 49% of our clients reduced consumer debt and 71% increased their credit score by an average of 39 points. In addition, Cash also staffs the Financial Education and Capability Commission. This is co-chaired by Delegate Stein and Senator Brooks. One of the commission's goals is to monitor the implementation of public and private initiatives to improve the financial education and capability of residents of Maryland and to make recommendations to the General Assembly. In the 2024 report, commission members did vote to support this legislation. So for these reasons, we request a favorable report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Evan Richards. I'm the head of government community relations for the Maryland Bankers Association, and the association is strong support of Senate Bill 518, and thanks Senator King for her leadership on this issue. The association and its members have long made financial literacy a top priority. Maryland banks consistently support efforts that strengthen financial education and improve community well-being. Today, it is more important than ever for Marylanders to understand that building a banking relationship and maintaining good credit are essential to achieving long-term financial success. Senate Bill 518 is a powerful tool to advance that goal. Equipping Marylanders with practical skills, such as how to increase savings, pay down debt, access safe banking services, and build strong credit scores, and put them in a better position to understand how to manage money, avoid predatory services, and engage confidently with mainstream banking, better positioning them to open accounts, build credit, and responsibly use financial products. With that being said, again, the association is in strong support of Senate Bill 518. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
Mr. Chairman, I think I have 2 more witnesses here, if they are in the audience here.
There's one
Maybe
online. And
Okay.
you had one, Tisa
Yeah,
Candy. Doesn't appear like she's here.
okay.
Okay. So we have Jacob Dumez.
Hello, thank you, Chair Gazzoni and members of the committee for this opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 518. I would also like to thank Senator King and Delegate Spiegel for their leadership on this issue. My name is Jacob Dumais. I'm a fellow with Protect Borrowers, a nonprofit that is fighting to build an economy where debt doesn't limit opportunity. I previously spent more than a decade working for the San Francisco Office of Financial Empowerment, including helping to launch and expand free financial counseling through the Financial Empowerment Center model. So this legislation has special relevance for me. Maryland families, like families across the country, are facing a growing affordability crisis, driven by historic debt burdens paired with high costs of housing, healthcare, utilities, and other everyday necessities. And they're doing so with fewer options for assistance, as federal agencies like the CFPB and Department of Education that traditionally provide oversight, complaint handling, and consumer-facing assistance have been gutted under the current administration. Senate Bill 518 is a practical response to a simple reality. When household finances are precarious, Residents need individualized, trustworthy support, not just generic information. Evidence shows that the Financial Empowerment Center model works. It works to help clients review and repair credit, reduce debt, increase savings, create budgets, and access safe bank accounts, among other things. I know from experience just how beneficial state support for and partnership with financial empowerment centers is. Not only will this pilot program lift up financial empowerment centers throughout the state, it will allow the Office of the Comptroller and members of the Assembly to better engage with and understand the financial situations and experiences of Maryland residents, which drives good policy. I note that we have submitted written testimony and urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 518. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for any of the witnesses? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator King, we've got 519 now.
Okay. Senate Bill 519. In 2022, this committee passed legislation that established the Earned Income Tax Credit Assistance Program. The legislation directed the Comptroller's Office to identify eligible Marylanders who did not claim the EITC and provide a streamlined mechanism to help them do so. In order to implement the program, the Comptroller's Office relied on the Federal Direct File Program, which provided taxpayers with an easy and free way to file their federal and state income tax returns, and with taxpayer consent, would have allowed the IRS to share verified income and filing data with state tax agencies. Unfortunately, the Direct File Program was eliminated by the Trump administration. Without this information, Maryland is left without the tools necessary to manage the EITC assistance program. Given these challenges, the Comptroller's Office has requested a delay in implementation of the program's requirements until 2030. Senate Bill 519 authorizes the implementation delay will allow the assistance program to remain in effect for an additional 5 years and directs the Comptroller's Office to continue exploring opportunities for enhanced EITC outreach. The legislation further requires the Comptroller's Office to evaluate the effectiveness of existing EITC awareness and outreach campaigns, as well as review best practices from other states, explore opportunities to further simplify EITC claims, and evaluate privacy risks associated with federal-state data sharing.
Sounds pretty simple.
What? Wait a minute. I've
Oh.
still got a couple extra good sentences here.
Really? 'Cause
Yeah.
It sounds pretty simple.
And finally,
You don't want to make it complicated.
oh, I did that to him the other day. And finally, the bill directs the Maryland Department of Service and Civic Innovation to explore opportunities for their program participants to assist low-income Marylanders in receiving the EITC and other tax credits, and to report back to the legislature by the end of the year. It is unfortunate that federal government decisions have forced a delay of this important program, but in the meantime, this legislation will help ensure the long-term success of a program that will help so many Marylanders, and I ask for a favorable report, Senate Bill 519.
Very good. And I'm sure you don't have anything to add.
Honestly, not very much. So thank you. Good
So we're
afternoon.
just delaying it, and you're coming up with more ideas to make it work better.
Absolutely. Yes.
Is that right?
That is correct. And for the
We
record,
got a motion,
Madam
and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
You want to
Well
do the other?
done.
You want to do the other one too?
No, no, no.
Oh. Worth a try. Worth a try.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Senator Ellis is evidently not ready. So we're going to move on to 586. Little sponsor problem, but maybe it'll get through. Who knows? You may all know Percy. You see her around in the office.
Yeah.
She's going to give this one a shot.
I'm good?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Percy Hofstein, and I'm here on behalf of Senator Gazzoni to present Senate Bill 586, Community Eligibility Provision Expansion Program Establishment. The Community Eligibility Provision is a federal program that allows high-poverty schools to serve free breakfast and lunch to all students in Maryland. In Maryland, more than 700 schools participate in CEP, serving over 390,000 students in 19 different counties. SB 586 will protect and expand access to school meals for Maryland students through a critical investment in the CEP. School meals play an essential role in academic success, reducing childhood hunger, and supporting lifelong nutrition habits. These meals are just as important to academic success as textbooks, computers, and transportation, and every child should have access to them every school day. The CEP reduces barriers of cost and paperwork for families and streamlines food service operations. Research shows that these schools experience increased meal participation, reduced stigma for students, elimination of school meal debt, and improved staff morale to those in similarly eligible schools that do not participate in the program. SB 586 addresses a critical gap in this funding structure by establishing an annual $10 million state fund to make the community eligibility provision participation more financially sustainable. Many Maryland schools serve high-poverty populations but fall just below the threshold for full federal reimbursement. This investment would allow the Maryland State Department of Education to provide supplemental funding to cover the difference between the highest and lowest federal reimbursement rates, ensuring that more schools can participate in the CEP without financial strain. The $10 million annual investment in SB 586 is essential to provide Maryland's community eligibility provision schools from harmful federal policy changes and prevent a hunger crisis among our students and families. By passing SB 586, Maryland remains committed to supporting children's health, academic success, and basic nutritional needs. We respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Awesome job. You're going to say, I think we have a couple people, we probably should have pulled them up already on the panel. A couple people want to testify in favor of this. As this committee knows, I'm keeping this issue alive. Whether we're able to do anything this year or not, next year, when we're really digging into the blueprint again, I really believe this is so important. So thank you all. Thank you for hanging in here with me too.
Thank you, Chair Gazzoni, and thank you for being such a strong sponsor for this issue year over year. My name is Ann Wallerstedt. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Strategic Initiatives at the Maryland Food Bank. At the Maryland Food Bank, we have a really robust data team, and we're really starting to do some comparisons and getting data back on what things like childhood hunger was like before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and now, quote, past pandemic. And we know that since 2019, right before the pandemic started, and into today, the childhood hunger rates have risen 12%. And that really makes sense because we're still seeing about 40% of Maryland families are facing financial insecurity. And that also further makes sense drilling down to, the hunger world. I come in here every year and say that 1 in 3 Marylanders and their families are still at risk of food insecurity, and that's a number that still has not meaningfully dropped. This bill can immediately and tangibly lower childhood hunger. We saw it during the pandemic when every single meal was free for every child. Hunger was just slashed. Kids were eating at least 2 meals a day in schools, and in the summer they were able to grab food as well. Currently, school lunches in particular are $2.80 in Montgomery County, where I live. I have a kindergartner. She loves eating school lunches. She loves eating school lunches with her friends. And it's really important that her and all of her classmates are able to access the same meals. There's a dignity behind that in my kindergartner not coming home from school and noticing that there was a difference in what her friends were eating. And $2.80 every single day is a meaningful amount for any Maryland family. We know that financial instability is a root cause of hunger. We know that this is a direct way to end hunger, and the Maryland Food Bank strongly supports this issue and this committee continually taking up this issue
and we'll be here to help implement it when the time comes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your continued support on this issue, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Julia Gross. I'm with Maryland Hunger Solutions. We are a statewide organization working to end hunger in Maryland, and we do so by trying to connect families with as many resources as possible. But more and more recently, we've been coming in contact with families who are in desperate need of support but don't actually qualify for anything. And that's because they live within the gaps of our federal assistance programs, and that gap is only growing wider. And that's exactly the reason why universal programs like CEP are so incredibly important, to make sure that our families are able to access these resources to help stretch their budget at home and relieve some of that burden. We know that families with students in CEP schools are almost 3 times less likely to be food insecure. And unfortunately, we're living in an environment where we're seeing cuts to these programs. We know that school meals were not directly impacted by H.R. 1, but the cuts to SNAP and Medicaid that were included in that bill is a cut to school meals. CEP eligibility and reimbursement is based on the direct certification rates of students who are using SNAP and Medicaid, and those cuts are going to impact and threaten the ability for our CEP schools to continue financially sustaining that program. We know we've come a long way in Maryland in our journey towards universal meals and healthy school meals for all, and we do still have a little ways to go. But right now, I think it's incredibly important that we use our resources to protect what we have, and that includes making this important investment in our CEP schools. So we respectfully urge a favorable report on SB 586. Thank you.
Great. Questions?
I understood the bill in totality until I got to the part of the non-public schools. And like, what's the criteria for a non-public school? I know we have schools that have our students, but like, that's the part that just grabbed my attention.
Yeah, I would have to pull it up. Is somebody got an answer? You got an answer, good.
Sure. Yes, so CEP is available to all schools that are able to participate in the National School Lunch Program and School Breakfast Program, as long as their poverty rates are, make them eligible. Non-public schools are able to participate in the National School Breakfast Program and School Lunch Program if they operate as a nonprofit. So it's not every single non-public school that's able to use this program, but there are some that are able to.
Can you give examples of any in the Baltimore region that I may be familiar with?
I'm happy to follow up with a list.
Okay.
I know the Archdiocese of Baltimore is a school that uses CEP as a group. There's a group of schools that use CEP from the Archdiocese of Baltimore, but I can give you the full list.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? Okay, thank you all very much. All right, I got one more. It's 587, and you also might recognize Ruth. Not your average intern.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Ruth Freend, here on behalf of Senator Gazzoni to present Senate Bill 587, an act concerning Maryland Patient Safety Center funding. Senate Bill 587 restores and sustains $1 million in annual state funding for Maryland's designated Patient Safety Center. This is a targeted investment in the infrastructure that supports safer care across the state. It ensures equitable access to patient safety resources, protects healthcare workers, reduces costs to Medicaid and the state employee health plan, and ultimately keeps Marylanders safe. Maryland law designates a patient safety center through the Maryland Healthcare Commission to lead system-wide safety improvement. In 2022, The General Assembly recognized the importance of that role and mandated annual funding to support it. In last year's constrained fiscal environment, that mandate was removed. Senate Bill 587 corrects that action and restores consistent funding for the Maryland Patient Safety Center, which also serves as the state's federally designated patient safety organization. From a fiscal perspective, preventable medical harm is extraordinarily costly. It leads to avoidable complications, longer hospital stays, readmissions, workforce strain, and significant Medicaid spending. Failing to invest in prevention does not eliminate costs. It shifts them to a more expensive point in the system. This investment also delivers statewide value. It ensures that smaller, rural, and non-hospital providers have access to the same safety infrastructure as larger systems. The benefits of safer care, financial and otherwise, accrue to the state as a whole. Maryland does not have a statewide non-regulatory improvement arm that works across providers to translate those lessons into coordinated prevention. The Patient Safety Center fills that role, convening organizations in a protected, non-punitive environment to implement system-wide solutions. It does not duplicate state agencies. It complements them by turning data into action. For these reasons, we ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 587. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Stephanie Petito, and I lead the Maryland Patient Safety Center. And I request your support of Maryland Senate Bill 587. So 1 in every 4 patients in a hospital experiences harm. And this is disproportionate to older individuals, people of color, and people with lower socioeconomic status. Indeed, if you're a pediatric Medicaid patient, you're 10% more likely to experience harm than if you have private insurance. If you're in a nursing home, in your first 35 days, 1 in 3 of you will end up in the hospital because you've had a complication of care. These are not statistics only. This is our daughter-in-law who lost her baby, our grandson, to be named Harlan, at 37 weeks pregnant. It was due to a preventable complication. And if this was our hurt, imagine the pain of all the families of color who experience this at an astronomically higher rate than white families. We must be in a position to improve safety of childbirth across the state. We must improve transitions of care for older adults. We must eliminate preventable complications of care when you're in a hospital. We must help urgent care centers across the state better understand and recognize when a pediatric patient comes in presenting with sepsis. These are all things that we can do to save money. As was said, every complication adds $15,000 to $30,000 to a hospital stay. Medicaid pays for this. And if we can do prevention ahead of time, this saves downstream costs. And as was said, the state is good at recognizing harm. The regulatory receive reports of harm that occurs in hospitals, but that's different than improving the care. And that's what we do, is we can help the state by improving care and avoiding preventable harm and saving Medicaid costs. So we request your support of this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gazzone and committee members. My name is Dr. Janine Danko. I'm an active infectious disease physician, a retired military medical corps officer, and the Vice President of Quality and Patient Safety at Luminous Health, a nonprofit health system in Anne Arundel and PG County. I am here representing quality and safety leaders from across the state to affirm the value of the Mid-Atlantic Patient Safety Center. Luminous Health is one of the 50 member organizations, and the vice chair of the center's board is our hospital's president, Ms. Janine Richmond. The center's key stakeholders include hospitals, home care agencies, rehab centers, and physician practices. The Maryland Patient Safety Center was one of the first 25 organizations in the nation to be recognized as a patient safety organization, or PSO. And as such, the center drives the standardization and adoption of best practices in patient safety across the state. On the front lines, we value the center's facilitation of structured and confidential peer dialogue about safety events. called Safe Tables and regional improvement programs on pertinent topics. For the past 9 months, 10 nurses from our 2 Luminous acute care hospitals have participated in the center's Falls Improvement Initiative, which focuses on reducing the number and severity of patient falls and improving outcomes. Through the center, hundreds of staff from Luminous have been certified in Lean Six Sigma and become trainers for Team Steps, which is an evidence-based communication strategy that enhances patient safety. Our hospital pharmacy leaders, nurses, and obstetric staff have been trained in high-risk medication safety practices and have received numerous resources on workplace violence prevention. And finally, the center organizes an annual safety conference, which provides an opportunity for healthcare workers to learn about evidence-based practice and best practices for preventing patient harm. Over 800 staff have benefited from this conference. I respectfully urge you to fully support this bill and this $1 million annual investment. It is an investment for our people, our patients, and our healthcare workers. Without this funding, our state is at risk of losing its patient safety center. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. More of a comment. I just want to say thank you for your leadership. I've been able to meet with the director several times during the interim, and just understanding the work that's actually taking place with a small little group of people is phenomenal. So just wanted to lean in and felt obligated to say that.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have to, from some scheduling standpoints, skip the next one. So we're going to go to Senator Quarterman and Louis Young, 6:39. From what I can tell, I have the senator and then 6 people here who are in favor, and they can come all up as much as they can. What's that?
It might be a little less.
No, that's fine. And then I have one person on Zoom possibly.
Yeah, she needs somebody virtually.
Okay? You can begin.
Ready? All right. Chair Gazone, Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Tax Committee, for the record, Senator Paul Quarterman, District 2, representing Washington and Frederick counties. Thank you for the opportunity today to present Senate Bill 639, Sports Wagers on Historic Horse Races. Colleagues, many of you are familiar with the main themes of this bill from last year's presentation, as well as some of the additional conversations that we have had since then. Today, you're going to hear from some of our OTB owners who really need our help. You're going to hear the challenges in their businesses and the need for us to act now. I think most members, again, are aware on this committee what historic horse racing is from these conversations we've had previously. However, we do have a representative from Ainsport Technology who can speak to the specifics of the machines, how they function specifically, and how they function differently from your traditional VLT in the states, should there be any questions. Before we get to those folks, though, I want to touch on a few things that have changed in this year's legislation from last year. So what's changed? Last year's focus on HHR placement was specific to our OTBs and our tracks. This year's legislation that would authorize the placement of the HHR machines throughout the state of Maryland, not only in those previous locations of the OTBs, but also our 6 existing casinos, as well as the Timonium Fairgrounds and our racetracks. The purpose of this legislation and the introduction of HHR in Maryland is for maximum revenue impact while supporting our OTBs and preserving a thriving gaming environment. As stipulated in the bill, it would authorize up to 4,000 machines. However, the fiscal note extrapolates their projections of only 2,400 machines. However, that results in $75 million in additional revenues to the state. So with the full allotment, the 4,000 machines that are prescribed in the bill were achieved, we're talking over 125 million of additional state revenues. Second thing that's changed, the proposed tax rate. Lottery submitted a letter earlier, you'll probably see, I think it was late, didn't get uploaded. I think they completely didn't read the bill this year because they speak to the tax rate being 15%. That was last year's version. The bill before you today stipulates a tax rate for those with a video lottery operator, that would be the 6 casinos, would retain the same percentage of proceeds from HHR that operator retains for the proceeds of their VLT agreement. If the facility is not a video operator, the entity would retain 60% of the proceeds. Now you may ask why the difference. It's a fair question, valid question. In fact, the opposition from the collective 6 casinos testimony outlines 2 of their 3 negative ramifications specific to the tax rate. If your facility already has VLTs, you have that independent existing agreement that would remain the same. Why? Because otherwise they would just swap out the VLTs, they put in HHR machines, and you see a net loss across the state. More significantly though, these other locations, the OTBs we're talking about, the other facilities, they are not casinos. Sure, they have an OTB, they have a retail sports book, some of them, but they're small businesses. They don't have table games, they don't have all the amenities a casino incorporates. So the 40% tax rate placed on these other locations outside the 6 casinos closely mirrors the VLT agreement of Rocky Gap to provide as much parity as practically possible. And lastly, HHR tax rates, VLT rates, slots rates are not always identical. 2 of our casinos, Caesars and Live, both have casinos in Virginia, where both HHR and slots, VLTs, et cetera, exist. They do not have the same tax rates. In fact, the 40% proposed tax rate on HHR in Maryland is nearly triple that of Virginia. The third thing that's changed is a referendum. Since last year's introduction to this year, it's clear from the Attorney General that this would constitute an expansion of gaming, and as such, a referendum is in the legislation. Now, more importantly, what remains the same and why are we here today and what is the objective? We talked about before about maximum revenue impact. We talked about uplifting our OTBs, supporting our existing gaming industry. We have 3 of our OTBs before us here today. 2 of those 3 locations are in Frederick and Washington counties, areas that I represent and just so happen to live. Where I live and where my co-sponsor lives, people don't go to Maryland casinos as much as other areas of the state do, at least not on a regular basis. Unless you have a specific reason, maybe a show, restaurant, shopping, et cetera. You know where they're going? West Virginia. Hollywood Casino, Charlestown. Or maybe now to Pennsylvania, Shippensburg, the Park Casino. You know, last year we had representatives here from Hollywood testifying against the bill. At the time, I was thinking, why on earth does Hollywood Perryville care about HHR machines in Western Maryland? Well, it became obvious they weren't here lobbying for Perryville's interests or Maryland's interests. They were lobbying for their own interests, West Virginia's interests. The report we presented last year estimated that Maryland is losing about $40 million of potential revenues across the state, and we can rectify that by simply capturing those lost revenues from going out of state. These numbers that bleed to our neighboring states have not been refuted by our casinos. We've met with a number of them here recently, and they've agreed those are probably accurate numbers. So we need to help uplift our OTBs. When we talk about supporting and uplifting our OTBs, what we're really talking about is supporting and uplifting Maryland businesses. No disrespect to our casino friends. However, only 1 of those 6 are a Maryland business. The 3 OTBs here beside me are not only Maryland owned, they're locally owned, and more significantly, they are women and minority owned. Again, you're going to hear from them how they're down year after year, how their businesses and their employees are struggling, how they're facing potential closures if we don't act. Because we need to act, and if we don't, we need to be cognizant of the fact that Maryland has encouraged these entities over the years to invest in their businesses, invest in our small rural communities, invest in Maryland, and they have. These businesses have literally invested millions and millions of dollars into their facilities. And again, millions of dollars in creating a sports book. These facilities are significant importance of our communities. They employ hundreds of people in our rural communities with the potential to employ hundreds more, which in our part of the state is quite significant. These facilities have created experiences of their own, while drastically different than a casino experience, an experience nonetheless. Whether they have an OTB or a sportsbook, there is some gaming they provide. We, as the state of Maryland, have not only created and encouraged this development, we recognize these entities as gaming centers. As such, we have an obligation to provide them the opportunity to help themselves and at the same time help our state. Because if we don't, this won't only be a lost opportunity to increase revenue, we're going to be on the other side of it. We're going to be making up for lost revenues. And that happens, not only do they, their employees, and our community suffer, Maryland will suffer, and more specifically, the Maryland horse racing industry will suffer. If anyone's been paying attention to what's happening with that industry, we know there are significant challenges across the state as the state continues to subsidize their operations year over year, all while suffering additional millions in losses each and every year. But this is where a win can not only be for them, but for the OTBs and the industry as well. Look, the casinos are quick to say, and I quote, "To the public and the player, there's virtually no distinction between the HHR machine and the VLT games on the casino floor." And while that may be true to their traditional casino customer, that may not be the case with an OTB customer. Why do you think Virginia has put their HHRs under the regulation of the Virginia Racing Commission? And why have they located their HHR machines at racetracks and other horse enthusiast locations? Because this is a niche customer that may be more attracted to this type of machine and the intricacies that they offer. Again, we'll have an individual here from Ainsworth who can explain those differences if those questions exist. Third, do no harm. We hear this all the time. And I truly believe it. Look, we don't want to do any harm to our existing casino friends. They are partners here. We don't want to do any harm to our horse racing industry. But let's start working through some of the opposition that both these entities are presenting. First, the Maryland Jockey Club and the Thoroughbred Association, their main issue, in fact, it's almost 2/3 of their letter, is this perceived notion of cannibalization and how that will negatively affect them. Now, we'll get to cannibalization here in a little bit, but the reality is there should be zero concern to the horsemen because regardless of their flawed view of cannibalization, the distribution revenue rates for these potential HHR machines mirror their VLT distribution. Still getting a 6% to the purse dedication account, still 1% to the racetrack facility renewal. So whether you're pulling a VLT machine in one of our casinos in Rocky Gap or an HHR machine in one of these proposed locations, their revenues are going to stay relatively the same. So other than their allegiance to the casinos, which is basically what this letter is, there's no real reason for them to oppose. You think that they would want to support the very entities, the OTBs, that are their current partners. Because the more successful the OTBs are, the more beneficial it's going to be to their industry. Their other 2 points are minor. One's about a current law that requires their consent and approval. This is basically just doubling down on their cannibalization concerns. The last one has some merit. They have some concerns about lottery. As I said, in Virginia, the Virginia Racing Commission oversees that, so I think that does have some validity to that concern. But again, their main concern is cannibalization. So let's go to the casinos. And again, we appreciate the casinos, we appreciate their investments, and there is nothing that we want to do to harm the casinos. Their concerns again are cannibalization. Their concerns with the machines themselves and how they look and how they function. There's concerns with the tax structure, but again, these concerns have been addressed of why a 40% tax rate. There is a concern about the contribution of problem gaming, and to be honest with you, that was a slight oversight. There obviously should be a contribution of problem gaming, and we would correct that. If the casinos don't want the HHR machines, that's entirely up to them. We believe that the maximal impact for the highest generating revenue to the state would be to put HHR machines across the state, but if the casinos choose not to participate, that is completely up to them. Because again, what we're here today really is about the location of these 3 OTBs. And there really shouldn't be any concern with the cannibalization. And when we're getting to that, there's 3 points of why cannibalization is basically a myth. We're going to lay it out very, very easily. The first one, and they kind of progress up here, so hang with me for a second. The first one, the fiscal note. If you look at the fiscal note, on page 6, line 4, quote, HHR is expected to reduce VLT proceeds as HHR terminals mimic the experience of VLTs. But, it says but, it is unknown what the cannibalization effects of HHRs will be on VLTs. Unknown. Look, I got a lot of respect for the individuals in DLS and everything they do, all the information they pour over, how they create these forecasts. But if there was definitive harm, it would be articulated as such. Instead, though, DLS has projected $75 million increased revenue on only 2,400 machines. Certainly doesn't appear cannibalization is part of their concern, as they have underestimated the growth potential, at the same time underestimating what Marylanders are willing to spend. Number 2, reason we can bust this cannibalization myth. And this one's a good one. So the map that is before you on the screen, I think each one of you will have. If you take a look at this map, you're going to see where the 3 OTB locations are in relation to the casinos, and conversely, where the casinos are in relation to these 3 OTB locations. We talked before about the 3 OTBs here. There's 2 in Western Maryland. I don't think I mentioned them when I apologize. The Riverboat, which is in Southern Maryland. So the 2 in Western Maryland, the closest casinos to them, as we talked about before, are Charlestown and Shippensburg. The closest Maryland casinos are nearly 50 to 70 miles, respectively, away. The Riverboat, while they're in the Potomac, they're pretty much in Virginia. They're approximately 55 miles to the closest Maryland casino. Now, when I say conversely where the casinos are in relation to the OTBs, let's look at the HHR locations in Virginia based on where the casinos are in Virginia. Specifically, let's go down the map, go just south of Richmond, and you're going to see Live Virginia Casino. Go northeast just a bit, and you're going to see the Colonial Downs Rosie HHR Emporium. You know how far that is? 35 miles. You know how many HHR machines they got there? Over 600. Now let's go find Live Virginia again. Go northwest. You're going to find Rosie's Gaming Richmond, 29 miles away. You know how many HHR machines they got there? 1,200. Let's do this exercise one more time. You go just north of Live Virginia, Rosie's Gaming Richmond, 35 miles away, 175 machines. That's nearly 2,000 HHR machines at 3 locations within 29 to 35 miles. Now let's ask ourselves again, how far is the closest Maryland casino to any of these OTBs? Boonesboro, who's sitting beside me, they're about 65 to 70 miles to Rocky Gap. Long shots, maybe about 50 miles to Live. The Riverboat, about 55 miles to MGM. So the casino's position here themselves is that cannibalization is going to be so bad, it's going to be so awful, that one of our leading casinos in our state is literally building a brand new casino nearly half the distance with 4 times the machines. And when the president of that casino was interviewed just 2 months ago regarding their competition, his response was, quote, "We love competition. It's in our DNA. That's what we bring, that unique blend that is unique to our Live brand." And I agree. I don't dispute that. They are vastly different experiences. As such, placing HHR machines at OTB would be a completely different experience than a casino and not a threat to a casino industry. Clearly, if there's no concern for Live to move within not 1, not 2, but 3 HHR facilities with 2,000 machines under 30 miles to them, then the opposite must hold true than putting half that number of machines over twice the distance away for them to be no concern. Look, we've met with a number of the casinos since last year and this year's presentation. Not one of them can present any real data, any real information to validate their concerns, only theoreticals and hypotheticals. We can talk about theories, we can talk about all the, hypotheticals we want, but what we really need to look at is numbers. So in November 2024, the Rose Gaming Resort opened in Dumfries, Virginia. I think some folks know that. That's just south of Prince George's County. The Rose is approximately 30 miles from MGM, 60 miles from Live, 70 miles from Horseshoe. Mr. Chairman, I went ahead and pulled the report from Maryland Lottery on VLT revenues for the last 2 years, 2024 and 2025. 2024 is prior to HHR existing in Dumfries. 2025 is after. So I'm going to go through some numbers here with you real quick. In 2024, MGM and VLT revenue delivered over $510 million. In 2025, a year after the HHR facility opened just 30 miles south of them, $501 million. It's a difference of 1.9%. So this talk of millions and millions and millions of dollars and high percentage, it's just not accurate. Live, $523 million in 2024. 2025, $514 million, a 1.6% difference. Horseshoe, they went up. $118 million in 2024 to $128 million in 2025. That's a plus 7.3%. So if you combine all 3 of them together, 0.75%. Now that is negligible at best and hardly is attributable to HHR versus what they're doing. They can coexist. We know that We've seen it in Virginia, and quite frankly, it's easily debated by a variety of other factors. Because if they don't, the two can't coexist. How will their revenues not continue to go up as they always do? Let's just call it what it is. The casinos want to freeze out any competitor of their own self-interest. And I get it. I don't begrudge them from a business perspective. They want exclusivity. But committee members, our job is to determine what is the best business model for Maryland and provide a reasonable and balanced gaming environment where multiple entities can coexist. There is no question that they can coexist by all the aforementioned points. You're going to see broad support throughout the areas these OTBs are located. We got letters of support from local governments, Board of Chamber of Commerce's, county executives. In fact, the only opposition is casinos and the horsemen. The irony in Maryland, the casino industry would tell you they were here first. They will tell you that VLTs were here, we don't need HHRs. But the real irony is pari-mutuel wagering and off-track betting, they were here first. They were here before the casinos, the VLTs, the table games, sports gaming, et cetera. So members, it is time that we recognize the original gaming partners in Maryland and create an environment where everyone can succeed. Thank you for consideration of this bill. We respectfully request a favorable report, and I'm going to turn it over to my friends here from the OTBs. Yep.
Chair Gazone, Vice Chair, and members of the Budget and Tax Committee. On behalf of Chesapeake Gaming, a proud woman-owned sports and entertainment venue serving Boonesboro and Washington County, I respectfully submit this testimony in strong support of Senate Bill 639. This legislation is essential to preserving Maryland's legacy gaming facilities, protecting jobs, and preventing the continued loss of revenue to neighboring states. Chesapeake Gaming is way more than a business to us. My mother and I started this company together. We built it from the ground up, invested our own resources, and poured our heart into creating a responsible, community-centered venue that supports local jobs in Maryland racing. Today, despite our efforts, this business is on the brink of closure. Without modern technology upgrade through historical horse racing, we do not have a viable path forward. This legislation is not about expansion for expansion's sake, it's about survival. HHR will save our business. SB 639 is also a jobs bill. Authorization of HHR would allow Chesapeake Gaming to provide 100 new permanent jobs, all utilizing union labor that are stable, local jobs that would otherwise be lost. Without the passage of this bill, Chesapeake Gaming will be forced to close, resulting in job losses and reduced economic activity in the surrounding community. From a state's perspective, this bill delivers significant upside with no public investment. SB 639 is projected to generate approximately $100 million, and based off of the new report that just came off, this number is actually $200 million in new state tax revenue, benefiting the blueprint of Maryland's future, local impact grants, and other state priorities. Without requiring the state to invest a single dollar, at the same time, Maryland is currently losing an estimated $40 million in annual gaming revenue to West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Virginia, a figure that will continue to grow with the potential opening of new casinos and Tysons. SB 639 allows Maryland to compete and to keep those dollars at home. In short, this bill protects jobs, creates new revenue, and stabilizes the racing OTB industry, and stops the outflow of Maryland gaming dollars to the surrounding states. For these reasons, Chesapeake Gaming respectfully urges the committee to issue a favorable report on SB 639.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for your time. My name is Elise Cohen, and I'm the owner of Long Shots OTB and Sportsbook in Frederick County. It is well known that OTBs across our state, including long shots, are down nearly 40% over the past several years. We are on the brink of collapse, yet we do not want to shutter. We want to continue to operate and, more importantly, to thrive. Historical horse racing, or HHR, is the best proven solution to preserving not only the OTB framework, but also Maryland's horse racing industry, just as it is done in 8 other states. Virginia's HHR market, operated by Churchill Downs, generated in 2024 1,400 jobs, $30 million in salaries, 180% increase in purse accounts for racing, and from 2017 to 2023, $86.2 million in economic impact. I grew up on a farm in Frederick County. My family has been a part of Maryland horse racing for 3 generations. Some of my earliest memories are of going to our local OTB, the Crack Claw, to eat chocolate sundaes and watch our horses run. Horse racing is not just what we do, It is who we are. We do not want Maryland to lose an essential part of its agricultural identity due to a lack of innovation. OTBs want to be part of the solution. Historic horse racing, we believe, has the potential, with 4,000 machines across the state, to generate over $100 million, potentially $200 million, in new state tax revenue. The adoption of HHR would help address shortfalls in horse racing purses, the Blueprint Fund, declining lottery revenues, and other critical initiatives, without raising taxes and without asking the state for one additional dollar. We want to save our businesses and contribute to this great state at the same time. A number of experts can attest to facts such as millions of dollars going to game in other states, the inconsequential cannibalization, and thriving gaming markets where casinos and alternatives coexist. But I'm here simply as a horseman, an OTB owner, asking the committee to help with this opportunity. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazone, Vice Chair Rosapep, and esteemed members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, my name is Antonio Jones, Managing Partner, Riverboat on the Potomac, where we proudly own a retail sportsbook facility and mobile app license. During the 444th General Assembly session 5 years ago, we appeared before you as passionate entrepreneurs, eager to contribute to the sports wagering industry. Our vision was clear: to create generational wealth while opening the doors for others to follow. We did not set out to be pioneers. Rather, we embraced the opportunity when it was presented to us. Today, we're here to seek your support for Senate Bill 0639 HHR. It is important to note that minority participation was a critical component in the success of the game and sports wagering legislation in 2021. Over the past 4 years, minority business enterprises have become a vital partner in Maryland's game and sports wagering industry, providing substantial tax revenue from within the state and from surrounding areas. The presence of MBEs in the gaming sports, the presence of MBEs in gaming benefits all stakeholders and does not adversely affect the revenue of other Maryland game and sports operators. The chart behind me is drawn from Maryland's MLGCA gaming sports wagering industry reports. As you can see, the gold bar there represents about a $500 million worth of revenue received from retail sportsbook by the casinos. The tiny bar to its right is the $20 million over 3 years by the OTBs. No reflection of cannibalization there. 3 quick points and I'll be done. At Riverboat on the Potomac, we constantly seek to infuse new technologies into our operation to achieve 3 goals: modernize our facility, increase revenue, and to enhance customer entertainment. Members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, we respectfully request your favorable consideration to SB 639, which is a critical lifeline for OTB's facilities to continue. I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Bruce Periano. I'm here on behalf of Elise Cohen and Longshots, very strong support of this legislation. The facts are very clear. They're not hypothetical. They're not possibly. They're known. Respectfully, if Maryland does not act and increase their variety of gaming and gambling operations, we will continue to be an island. No more future revenues, and people will go outside of Maryland, as so articulated by Senator Quarterman, of facilities that are being built around Maryland, and they include HHR machines. They would not be using those machines if they weren't attractive to be used and if they weren't legitimate and everything. So there's no question as to the validity and the interest of HHR machines. And the legislature should decide the growth and the development of gaming in the state of Maryland respectfully, not the casinos. And it's interesting that some of the casinos, at least one in particular, is developing HHR as so articulated in other jurisdictions. We should do what is best for Maryland. You have the power and the ability to do it. And I would urge that you please allow these machines to be utilized in the state of Maryland. Otherwise, we will remain an island, and Marylanders will go outside the state of Maryland. It's not a long drive. And not only will jobs be lost, but revenues will be lost, and our state will remain stagnant as the states around us grow and develop and change with the times. The facts are there. I sent you a number of articles that I hope in your convenience you will really look at. I mean, this is truth. It is facts. It's not that we want a monopoly and we don't want anyone else to be in Maryland. And you are the decision makers, not private and industry. We urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Questions from this panel? Yes, Senator Jennings.
Thank you. So you guys are OTBs, and so that's where people go to wager on horse racing, correct?
Yes.
When somebody wagers on a horse race, does that money go towards the actual purse string for the horses that are running that race? Does any of that money go towards that?
That's an excellent question. About a third does.
So a third does?
Yes.
So looking at the testimony here, the written testimony, the horse industry is against this.
Correct.
So I'm trying to figure out why would they be against it? Because to me, they would want you guys to flourish so that they have more purse money. And I don't know if they're signed to testify. I just have here that 10 witnesses are signed up, so I'd ask them, but I don't know if they're going to be here to ask them. Any idea why they're against this?
Senator, I appreciate the question very much. It's perplexing to us as well, as it's, to the best of my knowledge, the horsemen in the other states where HHR is present have been favorable towards HHR. And I know for a fact that in 2025, the Kentucky Thoroughbred Fund, it was $55.5 million seeded with HHR money. And as I testified earlier, the purse accounts in Virginia are up 180% because of HHR. So it's confusing to us as well, but thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had some questions about the net economic benefits to the state, but I think you all have covered that really well and dispelled the theory that the state would lose money, because clearly the amount that would be generated would negate this less than 1%, even if it's 2.5%. So-called cannibalization. So I do want to ask you about something else. There was a statement in the testimony that said there is no distinction between an HHR and the video lottery terminal games on our casino floors. But I understand that in HHR, there are actually two options. And the self-handicap does have a certain element of skill. So could you clarify that so that we can dig a little deeper on the statement of they're exactly the same?
Go ahead.
I would defer to the gentleman on the screen, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. He's with Ainsworth Technology, who would probably speak best to that.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Great. My name is Chris Calitri. I'm the Director of Historical Horse Racing at Ainsworth Game Technology. And you are absolutely correct. There are different methods to play an HHR machine versus a VLT machine. The player has an option on every single wager to pick horse races, to take a look at statistics. Trainers, they can see the trainers' wins, the horse's first place. They can see a variety of up to 15 different metrics to actually manually handicap each wager on an HHR machine. So that, I hope that that answers your question, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, if I could just ask a couple questions about the riverboat. Happy to see you here today. If I was in Maryland and I was going to the riverboat, if I wanted to step from Maryland into your casino, I would have to take a boat, correct?
That is correct. You can get to the casino from land, but
You'd have to go through Virginia?
you'd have to go through a portion of the building.
What's your revenue that you take in from Maryland versus Virginia?
Something like 90% comes from the state of Virginia.
Thank you.
Chris, online, did you have anything that you wanted to add in testimony, or were you here just for questions?
We were just here for technical support, Mr. Chairman.
Both of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, anything else? Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have now Mr. Johansson and Ms. Harding signed up in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Marta Harding here today on behalf of MGM National Harbor Casino in respectful opposition of the bill, to the bill. You have the casino written testimony. You've heard about it, I think, already. You know, whatever the technical differences are between the way these machines operate on the inside, the player experience on the outside is the same. They look the same. They play the same. The same games can be made available in HHR context format as well as VLT format. We just think HHR facilities are going to compete with Maryland's casino. They're going to have an advantageous tax rate at which to do so, and they will cannibalize casino revenues to the detriment of the state as a result. The 40% tax rate in the bill compares to the 58% VLT tax rate that MGM pays, 58%. And the average that the 4 casinos that generate 90% of the gross gaming revenues in Maryland pay, the average of their VLT tax rate is 55%, which means every dollar that leaves a Maryland casino to go to an HHR facility, the state's going to lose 15 cents on average. For MGM, this competition is not just theoretical. We are living it already as a result of the Rose Resort in Virginia that you heard about. 30 miles away, about a 45-minute drive in typical traffic, we have already measured a 14% impact in that area to our rated play. That is just rated play. That's not unrated play that we can't track. So we are seeing a difference. Senator Quarterman mentioned the drop in revenues. It was a 2% between Rose opening in 2024 and 2025, MGM's slot revenue was down $10 million, 2%. And that's just from that one, and I don't want to say that that's from that location, but that is in 1 year after the Roses opened. Speaking of Virginia, you know, you don't have to tell MGM about Virginia. We are on the front lines of that fight, and we are fighting it every day. They are the fastest growing commercial gaming market in the country, and they're not stopping. And so we just don't think the solution to that problem is to flood Maryland's market with an additional 44,000 VLT-like machines. So for those reasons, we would respectfully urge an unfavorable report. Happy to work with the sponsor if there's anything we need to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mike Johansson on behalf of Seaback Gaming, which operates Horseshoe Casino in Baltimore City, which is a Caesars property. Virginia is very different. Yes, there's a mix of casinos in HHR, but the casinos knew that was what the gaming landscape was going to be like. Kentucky is different. There's HHR. There's no casinos. Maryland is different because this General Assembly decided on a different model. It was limited. First, it was 5 casinos. In 2012, as the program was just starting, they said, we are going to add a 6th. Do you know what Maryland did in order to add a 6th? One, they only added 3,000 machines. This is 4,000, so it's larger than the expansion in 2012. The second thing that Maryland did in 2012 when they added MGM they said, well, if you're impacted and you already bid on your license, we're going to reduce your tax rate. So if the General Assembly wants to add a 7th casino, you decide it's going to be a Frederick, here's a couple tips. Do a real economic analysis on what the impact is. Go to the existing licensees that bid for the license and guaranteed the tax rate, which is why they're all different, and decide what the economic impact is going to be, which means you'd have to then collect less money. The other thing that Maryland did, when they added the 6th casino, they didn't hand out machines and casino licenses. They required competitive bidding. So the competitive bidding process permeated the whole time. Horseshoe gave a license fee of $20 million to the state of Maryland. Maryland Live gave a license fee of $28 million. There's no license fee in this bill. These machines are exactly the same thing that we all offer on our floors. They will have an impact. I did look at their analysis, which was done by a group called GGHM. Fully a third of at least their analysis, without even any kind of testing, is from impact to existing Maryland gaming operations. So we'd ask for an unfavorable report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I unfortunately didn't hear the last thing you said. What was the what were you saying about the analysis?
So the analysis that suggests they will get new revenue from out-of-state gamers, there's obviously going to be some. There's going to be new revenue from some people in Maryland who aren't going to any casino. We agree with that. But it also shows there's another $50 million of their $150 million in revenue that comes from existing Maryland facilities.
We're not hearing all the noise.
So
Sorry.
even under their estimate, they're acknowledging about a 30% or a 1/3 cannibalization.
Senator LaShawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said that MGM was losing money. So based on Virginia's very positive experience, combining the two, why doesn't MGM take advantage of this and install HHRs? Part one of my question. And part two is, where do you see areas for potential compromise? And either of you can answer.
So, Senator, first of all, I didn't say MGM was losing money. I said it lost, its slot revenue was down from 2022. I don't want to make sure that if I said it, I did not mean to suggest that.
I phrased it incorrectly. You're right.
And so what your question was specific to that?
Why don't they take advantage of this and implement HHRs?
I don't think that's going to make first of all, the games are the same, right? We've got the same games on our floor now, so it's not going to be a difference in sort of the consumer preferences or what they do. It's the same machine. So I don't think it would make a difference on the impact to us. And I mean, I will tell you the one thing, you heard a lot about these are so far away. One of the authorized licenses under this bill is at Rosecroft, which is 5 miles away from MGM. So that right there is a real concern for us.
Okay, second part of my question. Where are there areas for compromise?
I could answer it because Horseshoe Caesars sat here in 2012 and said, if you're going to add a 6th license, let's have a conversation about what the impact is, adjust the tax rates, because we bid a tax rate, we bid a building, $400 million worth of capital investment, and we kind of reached a deal. At the time, Maryland Live also negotiated a change. But what that meant was, you had to really consider, from a legislative perspective, what the potential upside was in attracting a significant market from MGM South, which is, they had the whole market at the time, versus are you really going to get that kind of incremental gain by the time you have to adjust the tax rates of the existing casinos in this situation. In 2012, it seems to have made sense. If you do that analysis now, which took all summer, they studied it all summer before they came back in a special session at the end of 2012, and they decided it did make sense. But that analysis was much different than what we've seen so far.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, you said that these would all affect MGM negatively. And I want to know that the riverboat, right? I've been there. It's you got to drive through the northern neck to get there in Virginia. How does the riverboat negatively affect MGM?
So, Senator, I didn't speak specifically to the riverboat. I talked in general about the facilities across the state. MGM is a destination, so we certainly draw customers from all over the state. I don't have an analysis specific to the riverboat. All I can speak to is what we've already seen with regard to Dumfries, the casino in Dumfries, which is definitely having an impact on us.
So MGM, right, wouldn't be affected by the riverboat if they're in Virginia. 90% of their revenue comes from Virginia residents.
I don't have an analysis of that, Senator.
Okay. I mean, I'm just looking at common
Yeah.
sense. I've been there. It's a pretty big reach
The bill
to
is
say
not
that
just the riverboat, Senator. I mean, it's Rosecroft. It's 5 miles away from MGM.
Okay.
So
No,
that's
no,
a
I was just
concern.
following up because
Yeah.
the senator asked where was there's some things for compromise.
Yeah, no.
Right, and when we're talking about things for compromise, if one of these locations doesn't even potentially affect you,
Yeah.
then that might be a way to start with compromise.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Just real quick to piggyback on Senator Bailey there towards the end. Understanding locations can be challenging. So I think you do bring up a good point of how close some of those racetracks are to your facility. I think we were talking about compromise as far as, I think it was pretty clear today that the intent, yes, the bill is prescribed how it is, right? And that's how we're all speaking towards it. The concern that I know myself and the senator from Frederick County come from are these 3 specific OTBs that have been engaged in this process the last 2 years. So hopefully maybe that's an opportunity and avenue because they aren't close to you per se in reference to some of these other locations. My question goes to, and you both have touched on a little bit, and it's going back to the revenues because those are the numbers. Like when I looked at those the other night, I quite frankly, I couldn't believe it in reference to the debate that we continue to have on this cannibalization. The economic impact, MGM has lost $10 million, a significant number, don't get me wrong. They had $500 million in both cases. I mean, again, you're talking less than 2%. I don't see how you can even attribute that to HHR because to Mr. Johansson's point, talk about cutting rates, Horseshoe's gone up in that time. Horseshoe's gone up $10 million since Dumfries opened. Both of those locations, Horseshoe and MGM, the distance they are to Dumfries is less than the distance we're talking about some of these OTBs. So we can debate all we want, but the numbers are what they are. Your revenues have increased. Your revenues have slightly decreased. I don't think either of them are even close to being attributable to what has happened in Dumfries. And so I guess I would just ask for your perspective on that. We'll probably have a disagreement, which is okay. But that, again, the numbers are what they are. And so that's.
Just let me put that in context. So Dumfries is a piece of the puzzle.
Sure.
But Virginia, as I said, is the fastest growing gaming market in the country. They're up 20% in gross gaming revenue this year as compared to last year, and they aren't done.
Oh, no.
They
We
are,
better keep
there's
up. That's our
more
point.
online, as you've talked about, and they're debating a Northern Virginia casino
Sure.
as we speak. But in terms of like the impact on MGM, I'm not attributing the decline to the Roses specifically. We do have data that shows that our revenue from that area is down. I don't know how much that contributed to the 10 million. I can't, of course, attribute it specifically, but I can say that the gaming environment in Virginia overall is absolutely part of that impact.
I wouldn't disagree. I think that's why the intent here is to keep up.
I just
Right?
don't see how adding all those machines
Yeah.
to Maryland helps deal with the
Understood.
Virginia
Well, I think it goes
issue.
back to the conversation of maybe some sort of compromise, and it's not.
Understood.
Kind of put it all out there, have a conversation, see where it goes. So thank you.
Always happy to talk,
Yeah, thank
Senator.
you.
All right. So, looking at this map, and if you're telling me Virginia's kind of proliferating the market right now, I'm looking at this at kind of that Frederick area where we're losing market share. And if they're going to move up there, how can we capitalize on that and get this market where we're losing it? I'm going to throw something out there. And what about co-op? What if you guys were to work with these facilities and say, hey, you know what? We have some machines we're not using, because I know that because we get these reports from the lottery facility. I think you guys are sitting on several thousand machines that aren't being used. I think they're in storage, or I don't know how it works, if you use them or not. What if you said, hey, why don't we lease them to you? We'll share the revenue. I'm pretty sure we'll have to come up with legislation here. I don't know how it'll work, but would you guys be open to something like that?
So Senator, I think you're referring to 16,000 authorized VLTs for the state of Maryland at the 6 casinos. The fiscal note suggests there's only 10,000 in place. Those machines don't actually sit in a warehouse, right? If we reduce the number of machines at Horseshoe, they may go to Atlantic City or Las Vegas or go back to the manufacturer for that matter. So they're not just sitting on the shelf. But what it does show is that based on the market, there's not a capacity or a need for more than the 10,000 machines. Otherwise, it would be in our interest to install them, throughout the state.
Hold on, Mike. You're telling me you think somebody in Hagerstown is going to drive all the way to Baltimore?
We have customers in our database that are Caesar Rewards members that are throughout the state of Maryland. They're in Pennsylvania. They're in Virginia.
Of course you're going to have people in your database. People, yes, somebody will drive that far. Guess what? I'm in a database in Vegas.
Correct.
Do I go there that often? No.
No. But if you go once a month, we want you to come to Horseshoe, Baltimore.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
those
is
are
you have a
customers.
facility in Hagerstown that's saying, hey, let's cut a deal. Send some of your machines out my way. You'll make revenue off of it. We're going to do a co-op funding off of this. Why not do that?
Listen, it's a different concept to have a distributed model. If that were to work and we could figure out which casino would have the rights to the market and it was not in a way that wasn't competitive, it's a different conversation than this bill, I'll admit that.
But could it work?
I don't know if it'll work. That's a different question. It's a different conversation.
I mean, if you're telling me you're worried about cannibalism, I mean, I call BS on the fact that you don't think somebody's, somebody on a weeknight saying, hey, you know what, I got 2 hours to kill. You know what, let me go over to the casino. I'll tell, hey, yeah, let's drive over to Long Shots for an hour, kill some time. We're not going to say, hey, let's drive to Baltimore, 2.5 hours away.
The further it is, the less likely people are to go. That's kind of the casino model. You're absolutely right.
Look at all that revenue we could get from Martinsburg, West Virginia, the northern part of Virginia, and all that we're going to lose out on. Just a thought, and I'll just throw it out there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. We got your point. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the hearing on that bill. And what I'm going to do is go back in the order of ones that we delayed because folks weren't ready to move one yet. So, but I see Senator Ellis is here. He's next. And then I'll do Senator Hester's bill 600, assuming that she will be available when we get through this one, which it sounds like she is.
Mr. Chair, I have a panel.
Yes, please, you can bring them up.
Okay. Coming up, gentlemen.
You can begin, Senator.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Gazone, Vice Chair Rosapep, and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. Senator Arthur Ellis, District 28, Charles County. An imperfect messenger for the great people of Charles County. I'm here to present Senate Bill 0575 to really highlight great disparity that's happening in Charles County. We have no pools for the public, no pools for our seniors, no pool for our kids. to really learn to swim and to swim in. My constituents have to go all the way up to Prince George's County, Largo, to do water aerobics, to do water therapy, swim lessons. And that is a wrong and terrible position to be in for all these taxpayers in Charles County, which is one of the fastest growing counties in the state of Maryland. We pay a lot of taxes, the wealthiest majority black county in the nation, in the top 5 wealthiest counties in the nation. Out of over 3,000 counties, Charles County is in the top 30 in wealth. That means pay a lot of taxes to the state of Maryland. I presented this bill from 2022, I believe, continually, and I'm happy that the county's on board. Charles County has put in around $50 million into this project, which is very needed in the southern part of the state. And so this bill will, if passed, create a great inequity. I know many of you were on this committee a few years ago when we brought up all these seniors up to hear from them about their needs for these pool facilities in Charles County. The purpose of Senate Bill 0575, I promise we will go through this here really much faster than the previous one. So we'll talk about the purpose of the bill. I'll show you the conceptual site plan, the economic impact, which will be a net positive for Maryland, and of course, I'll give my closing remarks. The purpose of Senate Bill 575 is to highlight that Charles County is one of the fastest growing jurisdictions in the state of Maryland, as committed before. Communities such as LaPlata and Waldorf serve as economic and civic anchors in the entire southern Maryland region. Waldorf, even though unincorporated, is one of the largest, top 5 largest cities in the state of Maryland. In Congressional District 5, Prince George's, Anne Arundel, St. Mary's, Calvert County, Charles, Waldorf is the largest city with over 80,000 people. The second largest is Bowie with 53,000. And imagine the deprivation of not having a natatorium pool and community wellness center. Despite this growth in Charles County, the county lacks a large-scale, tournament-grade indoor sports and wellness facility that can meet current and future demand. Senate Bill 0575 authorized state capital funding to support the development of the Charles County Sports and Wellness Complex. This legislation is designed to strengthen Southern Maryland's infrastructure, expand access to youth and community programming, and stimulate regional economic growth. So this facility, which is actually bought already by the county, and some funds that this committee authorized in previous years, being planned at the Waldorf Town Center, which is the largest mall in southern Maryland region. And as you probably realize, malls as currently exist are a dying breed. Okay, stores have moved out of these malls across the country. And what is replacing these stores are these entertainment sports complexes. And so Charles County is on board, bought the old Sears building in the St. Charles Town Center, invested county money to go forward with this project. Let me show the conceptual site plan really quick. Here you'll see the rendering of what the sports complex will look like, and the entire area at this, I think, northwest corner of the mall. This is what it will look like. The future Charles County Sports and Wellness Center will be located at the current St. Charles Town Center, which is a 900,000 square foot mall owned by Simon Property Group. Charles County has allocated $50 million towards this project. The Charles County Sports and Wellness Center will be a multi-sport indoor facility designed to host local, regional, and state tournaments. The complex will include tournament-capable courts, aquatic components, wellness and fitness areas, and flexible community meeting space. And we're also in negotiation with the county to place the second Boys and Girls Club in Charles County and the second in the Prince George's Charles County region in this facility. Thank you for this body through bond bills, Senator Zucker over the years. We've opened the first Boys and Girls Club in Charles County last year. We actually opened it. It's a beautiful facility, and we made that happen. And we already have over $2 million currently in past budgets for the second Boys and Girls Club to go into Waldorf, and we're in negotiation to place that in this Sports and Wellness Center. The complex will include tournament-capable courts, aquatic components, wellness and fitness areas, and community space. It's intentionally designed to serve youth, families, seniors, and individuals seeking structured recreation and wellness opportunities. Currently, families in Charles County must travel outside the county to participate in competitive sport tournaments, year-round indoor athletic programming, learn to swim programs, etc. This creates both economic leakage and unnecessary burdens on working families. Additionally, the county's growing youth population requires safe, structured, and accessible space for recreation and mentorship. This complex addresses these gaps directly. Economic impact. Oop, I went too far. But anyway, the Charles County Sports and Wellness Center will be strategically located in the robust development area. To the north is Prince George's County, Waldorf Station, Berry Point, Western Charles County Technology Corridor, which also is a growing area along the base and Indian Head. So we definitely really need these facilities. For the state of Maryland, this project will deliver measurable results. It increases tourism revenue, strengthens workforce development, supports youth engagement, and contributes to the long-term public health outcomes. This is not simply a recreational facility, it's an economic and community development asset. Members of the committee, Senate Bill 0575 represents a strategic, equitable, and fiscally responsible investment in Southern Maryland. I respectfully ask for your favorable report so that Charles County can continue to grow, our people can be healthy, have places to exercise, and for us to really continue to contribute more economic vitality to the state of Maryland. Committee members, I thank you for your patience and your time and for your favorable report on Senate Bill 575.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jim Chandler. I serve as Director of Economic Development in Charles County. I am here today to request your support of Senate Bill 575. This is a bill which would authorize $45 million in funding and directs the Maryland Stadium Authority to participate in the planning, financing, and construction of Charles County Sports and Wellness Center, a major economic development initiative for Charles County. I would like to thank members of this committee for meeting with us last week, opportunity to educate and familiarize you with this project. It's not lost upon me that the U.S. is set to host the next Summer Olympics. Maryland is home to two of the most decorated swimmers of all time. Yet we here in Maryland have a very limited number of competitive aquatics facilities to host major competitions. These events are often hosted in neighboring Virginia and Pennsylvania. Competitive youth sports has seen an annual growth rate of approximately 9.9% year over year, with $57 billion spent in 2025, a projected $62 billion this year, and a figure that swells to nearly $147 billion by 2035. These figures represent direct costs. This does not account for secondary costs. For those of us who are involved in youth sports, we recognize there's also the cost for lodging, food, entertainment, and merchandise. These expenditures generate significant sales tax for the state of Maryland. Charles County has acquired the subject site, and we have committed $53 million to the planning and construction of this new facility. We intend on partnering with the Maryland Stadium Authority to finance and utilize their expertise to deliver a world-class facility to Maryland. SB 575 is a bold economic development investment that aligns with state resources and a project that significantly delivers local and regional benefits. I urge the committee to provide a favorable report for Senate Bill 575. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Sam Drury. I'm the Deputy Director of Charles County Recreation Parks and Tourism. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here in strong support of Senate Bill 575. Senate Bill 575 would authorize the Maryland Stadium Authority to assist in financing and construction and the oversight of the proposed Charles County Sports and Wellness Complex. In July of 2024, Charles County purchased the vacant and former Sears building at the St. Charles Town Center with a vision to build a sports and wellness complex both for community use as well as a high-level competition facility that would draw outside visitors to Charles County. We've had very strong and supportive, positive feedback and engagement from our community. And we have completed initial feasibility and conceptual design work, and the county has thus far committed over $53 million for the project. SB 575 would provide the needed additional $45 million in funding and support through Maryland Stadium Authority and the state to allow this project to continue with the phase 1 of construction, which would include a 50-meter world-class indoor natatorium. I've been with our department for over 20 years and have seen firsthand Charles County being one of the fastest growing communities in Maryland, but lacking recreational facilities. This forces residents to travel elsewhere for both recreational community use as well as competitions. These facility deficiencies and inequities were specifically identified in our Land Preservation Parks and Recreation Plan, and it's noted that Charles County does not have a single county-owned and operated pool that is accessible throughout the day, but rather we rely on shared use facilities with Charles County Public Schools. And it's no secret that sports tourism is experiencing massive growth, particularly youth sports and competitive travel youth sports, and swimming is no exception. Youth and amateur sports alone generate over $225 million annually. And Maryland is lacking a premier venue to host these competitions. The state's nicest recreation and competitive aquatic facilities located at University of Maryland, Fairland Aquatic Center, PG Sports and Wellness Center, Arundel Swim Center, and Edward T. Hall are all over 20 to 30 years old. Maryland has fallen behind our neighboring states and facilities. I encourage a favorable report for Senate Bill 575. Thank you for your time and opportunity to speak in support of this bill.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today in favor of SB 575. My name is Jessica Carbone, and along with my husband Jeff, I operate Southern Maryland Aquatics. Our team is the only USA Swimming in Maryland swimming affiliated youth club team in Charles County with athletes ranging from 7 to 18 years old. Our kids are the children of teachers, police officers, nurses, and military veterans. More than 90% of them are public school students, and the biggest obstacle we face is equitable facility access. The only indoor pool space we have is located inside of 3 public schools, and these schools can only be accessed outside of the school's operating hours. We have the entire population fighting for a handful of lanes every evening. Senior citizens have to decide whether to stay close to home and risk driving late at night or make a trip to another county to swim during the day. Charles County has the 9th highest population in the state, but is failing to provide the residents with equitable resources. Our community has watched Prince George's, Calvert, and Anne Arundel celebrate opening of indoor pools. Most counties have some combination of county-run facilities, YMCAs, college pools, and additional private rec centers. Charles County has none of those. There are 7 here in Anne Arundel County, to put that into perspective. Of all 24 counties in the state of Maryland, there are only 3 that do not offer daytime pool access to their community. 2 of those are some of the smallest in the state, Caroline and Somerset, and the 3rd is Charles County. Even our smallest neighbors to the south, St. Mary's County and Calvert County, each have Olympic-sized pools. Currently, I'm limited on the number of athletes I can accept into our program. We simply do not have the space to teach a true beginner swimmer. When you combine that with the extremely limited lesson availability in Charles County, we have a dangerous problem of kids not learning to swim. Sorry. If I can just say one more quick thing. The other huge challenge for us, as Sam has noted, is we do not have the ability to host swim meets. There are no pools in Charles County that meet the standards of safe sport, which means there are no pools that have separate bathroom areas from the athlete locker room. So we just don't have the ability to host swim teams at all, and that is the biggest fundraiser for youth swim teams. So this would make a huge difference for our team and our kids. So I ask for your favorable support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this panel. So I understood based on the testimony that there were no pools in Charles County. So what happened to the $1 million that we gave the College of Southern Maryland for their pool?
Okay, Senator, I can answer that question. So that $1 million was moved over to the purchase of the Sears building, and the county is incorporating that into this. So, and it's more than 1 million because we moved some other funds that we allocated to other projects into this project.
Other questions? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Senate Bill 600, much anticipated bill.
Go ahead, please, Senator.
Thank you, Vice Chair Zucker. Members of the Budget and Tax Committee, thank you for your consideration of Senate Bill 600, which would add a new exception to Maryland's retail sales tax to exclude the sale of certain information technology and software services. Over the interim, I fielded many calls, phone calls, emails, meetings with members of this community about the so-called tech tax. And basically where I'm coming from and what was explained to me last year was that, you know, our tax code requires some updates, right? We first adopted our sales tax just after World War II, at a time when most consumer spending was on goods. Since then, our economy has transformed dramatically, and services have grown from roughly 40 to 70% of consumer spending. Technology now underpins nearly every single sector. As digital services replace physical goods, such as cloud storage replacing hard drives, it's reasonable to evaluate whether our tax structure is keeping pace with economic reality. The goal of modernization is understandable and responsible, maintaining stable revenue to fund education, healthcare, and other essential public services. I know you all know that. That's why you're in the Budget and Tax Committee. We also have many technology-related services that are taxed: telecommunication services, electronically delivered services, digital downloads, subscription streaming, and digital products. The recent reform of extending the 3% rate to data storage, computing services, web hosting, and software-related services was intended to be part of that modernization effort. And I want to be clear that I support the modernization. However, it hasn't worked exactly as I thought it would. I want to draw your attention to a chart that you all should have. So we're looking at the first quarter of FY25, and the total number of companies who paid this tax were 1,596, and they spanned 55 different NAIC categories. They remitted a total tax during this quarter of $12.2 million, and the average tax paid per company was $7,663. Now, I asked for more detail from the Comptroller's office, but this was all that I could get. Now, what's striking to me, colleagues, is that as opposed to the broad-based tax on IT services I thought this was going to be, 63% of the entire sales tax is being paid by 38 companies, at least in this first quarter. $7.7 million out of the the $12.2 million, was paid by just 38 companies in the custom computer programming field. These companies paid an average of $202,000 per company. Over a full year, these companies could be paying just under $1 million for each of these 38 companies. And this is a significant concentration of tax on a very small group of companies in Maryland. And it's on a group that I would say is highly innovative. Furthermore, unlike industries that are rooted in physical infrastructure, these small and mid-sized technology firms can relocate across state lines with relative ease. Maryland's neighboring states do not impose this comparable tax structure on these services. And when nearly half of the tax burden falls on a single highly mobile industry, we risk driving them away, precisely the businesses that fuel innovation, job growth, and long-term economic expansion. The technology sector as a whole represents $37.8 billion, nearly 9% of Maryland's economy, and supports tens of thousands of jobs. Modernization should strengthen that foundation, not weaken it. This bill before you, colleagues, does not reject the need to modernize our tax code. Rather, it recognizes that the current structure has produced an unintended and disproportionate impact on a few companies. The bill in front of you provides some carve-outs that are already in place in our manufacturing tax code to ensure that we are not double taxing this particular small group of companies. Specifically, Senate Bill 600 provides that if a taxable service is being resold or incorporated into another technology service for sale, it would not count as a taxable retail sale. Or if both the seller and the buyer are part of the same affiliated group or are related pass-through entities, the sale of these tech services would not count as a retail sale. My hope, colleagues, is that this legislation will restore the balance, ensure fairness across industries, and protect Maryland's ability to compete for technology investment and talent. For these reasons, I'd like to respectfully request a favorable report on SB 600. Turn it over to my panel. Oh, and one thing, I am working on a small technical amendment that the Comptroller's Office has asked me about, so that would be forthcoming. Thank you very much.
Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of this committee, my name is Monty Blakely, and I'm the founder of Crimson Science, a small cybersecurity business headquartered in Vice Chair Rosa Pep's district, District 21. My fellow small business owners and I are here today to collectively voice our support for Senate Bill 600. Defense contractors create and sustain tens of thousands of jobs in Maryland, which will bolster our state and local communities by powering Maryland's economy with billions of dollars of revenue each year. Implementing a punitive tax on technology-centric companies severely constricts small businesses' ability to continue providing excellent salaries to Maryland workers and will ultimately cause a significant number of businesses to leave Maryland for neighboring states, thereby decreasing state, county, and municipal tax bases, hampering further investment in local schools, hospitals, fire stations, and roads. Please support Senate Bill 600 in its effort to stop unfairly taxing Maryland's businesses. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jacob Stokes, and I own the service-disabled, better-known small business, Belay Technologies. I have been a Maryland business owner for over 18 years, and I am here in strong support of Senate Bill 600. Belay leads and represents a coalition of nearly 50 service-disabled, better-known small businesses that are located here in Maryland. I have to confess that I am not a native Marylander. I was not born here. I am not from here. My military service brought me here, and I chose to stay here. I chose to start a business here. I chose to raise a family here. Today, my company employs over 45 Maryland residents at an average salary of $160,000 a year. We are building Maryland's middle class. We hire and train workers directly out of college and provide them with long-term, sustainable Maryland careers. We also participate in the Skill Bridge program, helping active duty military members transition successfully into Maryland civilian life. Last year's tech tax significantly impacted our ability to operate. Our sector already operates on extremely small margins. Many of us bill our time to the government as we lead our companies. The double taxation has created a financial burden that we just could not absorb. As a result, my company specifically was forced to lay off Maryland-based, tax-paying citizens and replace them with outsourced, out-of-state personnel. We also froze our internship program, which was designed to recruit and train students from Maryland institutions. This is a letter that I received from the West Virginia House of Delegates urging me to move my business to West Virginia, citing the tax climate in Maryland as the #1 reason I should move. I want to stay in Maryland. But when we receive serious offers like this, and I'm presented with growth opportunities in Texas and Florida, it becomes increasingly difficult to justify staying. As a business owner, I have responsibility to make decisions that protect my employees, my company, and my family. We are grateful to Senator Hester for her continued commitment to correcting this issue and ensuring that Maryland businesses are not unfairly double taxed. Senate Bill 600 provides critical relief to companies like mine. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 600. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is TJ Grenier, and I'm here on behalf of Clarity Business Solutions, a Maryland-based small business. Clarity is a professional services technology firm headquartered in Severna Park and has an office in Linthicum Heights, Maryland. We support federal and commercial clients by providing application development, database solutions, AI orchestration, enterprise support, and technical leadership for our programs. We've built our company intentionally here in Maryland, creating high-quality jobs and investing in our local community. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 600 to ensure small businesses are not impacted further under last year's 3% technology services tax. When the tech tax was introduced, it created significant uncertainty for companies like mine that provide professional technology services, particularly those serving the federal government. While some exemptions were later clarified, the broader impact remains concerning for businesses seeking to grow in Maryland's expanding AI and technology sectors. The clarification of retail sale in this bill is important for small service-based technology firms like mine, where we operate on narrow margins and reinvest revenue into workforce development, innovation, and competitive benefits. A tax on gross receipts for professional services, particularly when they are resold or bundled into broader solutions, creates uncertainty and can suppress growth. It can also result in effective double taxation when the same service is taxed in multiple stages of delivery or between affiliated entities. Maryland should be encouraging technology businesses to grow here, not creating structural disadvantages that limit expansion. By aligning the statutory definition of retail sale with the economic realities of how technology services are delivered and resold, SB 600 reduces the unintended tax burdens and helps ensure Maryland remains a hospitable environment for tech-oriented small businesses and provides stability for companies committed to investing in this state. For these reasons, I respectfully request that you vote in favor of Senate Bill 600. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Questions for this panel? Thank you very much. I have 8 more people signed up for this bill. You can just fill in the chairs and keep them coming. Welcome, everyone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Will Whiteman. I'm the Chief Growth Officer. Excuse me. Hey. Sorry, he's nervous too. I'm the Chief Growth Officer for Dynamic Data Solutions, a Maryland-based service-disabled, veteran-owned, and women-owned small business. I'm also a retired U.S. Navy officer. After 25 years, I chose to continue supporting the national security mission through the private sector here in Maryland. My furry wingman and service dog Typhoon has been part of that journey, a reminder that many veterans keep serving in different ways. D2S provides cyber, data science, and cloud services to national security customers. We employ highly skilled, cleared professionals and compete in a very competitive federal marketplace. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 600. In our industry, it's common for one company to buy technology services to deliver a broader service to the customer. Under the current tax structure, that same work can end up being taxed more than once. Small businesses don't have much room to absorb those extra costs, particularly on fixed, competitively bid government contracts. SB 600 is a targeted, reasonable fix. It provides clarity and prevents double taxation, prevents double taxation in these cases. As a proud Maryland SDVOSB, I want to grow here, hire here, and invest here. Predictable and fair tax policy makes that possible. For this reason, I respectfully request a favorable report on 600. Thank you for your time, and under your time there too, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Gazone, Vice Chairman Rosa Pepe, members of the committee. My name is Andrew Price. I'm here representing the Raxol Corporation, a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business, performing some similar services to the other folks you've heard from here, with a lot of the same issues. So I'm not going to rehash those, but just kind of say ditto to those, but to also share some additional concerns. As a company that's supporting the national security mission here in Maryland, we've already seen and remember BRAC, the realignment that happened to bring a great economic base to Central Maryland. If we continue to foster brain drain and sending technology companies, technology talent to other states, surrounding states that don't have this tax, where it's cheaper or more economical to operate companies like ours, there's no reason that these same customers that moved once wouldn't potentially move again. A lot of the same skill sets, a lot of the same missions are served very nearby by other agencies in the National Capital Region. And by moving simply across the state line to West Virginia, to DC, to Pennsylvania, it lowers our operating costs. It allows us to make our money go further. And that's not ultimately what we want. I'm a longtime Maryland resident. I'm a product of the Howard County school system. My mother was an Anne Arundel County teacher her entire life. I want to stay here. I want to see Maryland flourish. We're doing some great things investing in Maryland when it comes to cybersecurity, when it comes to STEM programs. I'd love to see that investment stay here and have a place to grow and have a chance to pay off on that investment. Thank you. So for that reason, I'm respectfully requesting a favorable report on Senate Bill 600.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak in support of SB 600. My name is Tracy Michael. I'm the owner and CEO of System Architects Group, a woman-owned Maryland-based small business. For 25 years, our team has designed, implemented, and secured complex IT systems that protect critical data and support mission-driven organizations. I'm here in full support of Senate Bill 600 because small businesses like mine should not be subjected to unintended double taxation under the 3% tech tax. When the tech tax was implemented, the uncertainty around it would be how it would be applied forced us to reconsider our long-term strategy. We had planned to expand into state and commercial markets and launch a new line of business focused on product resale and related support services. Instead, due to this uncertainty, we redirected our efforts exclusively toward federal contracting. As a small business competing with much larger firms, we operate on lean margins. The risk that our services and associated products could be taxed at multiple points in the transaction created real concern that we could operate at a loss. Because of that risk, we halted plans to grow our team and invest further in Maryland-based work. SB 600 provides clarity and fairness. By ensuring that small businesses are not double taxed, it allows companies like mine to confidently invest, hire, and expand here in Maryland. SB 600 doesn't just fix a tax issue. It protects Maryland jobs and enables small businesses to grow. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. It's good to see everybody. My name is Jay Steinmetz. I know some of you. I was CEO of a tech company based in Baltimore. I have another company now. I've consulted with a lot of different companies, all of them in the private sector. unfortunately, after the tech tax and some of the other things that have gone on, my prior company, which was headquartered in Baltimore City, is for the most part gone, is flourishing, but so I sold it 2 years ago. So this is just to give you an idea of how things happen. When you're not in love with Baltimore like I am and supporting, and you have the opportunity to gauge where you want to move people, and the tech tax came and they looked at some of the pyramiding issues because they do supply technology that's getting levered into the products they sell. And eventually over time, they realized, this is well after I sold, and they saw the tech tax and they saw some of the other things happen. So they migrated most of the people. So Bill Ferguson, who came there for our ribbon cutting, when he comes back now, there might be 3 to 5 people there. Okay, this is a result of actions that I wish didn't happen, right? And I'm hoping that we can make the adjustment for SB 600 for now, and then we can come back and look at some of the other stuff. Because with my prior company, we had 52 different SaaS products. That was $600,000 worth of SaaS every year. And some of that was being layered onto the products we were building. Many of the things were not, but the additional costs were significant enough to make decisions. And it wasn't just the tech tax, but obviously these things layer on. So they're gone. I have another company. It only has 5 people. I support SB 600, but actions have repercussions, and I am an example of that. I'm telling you from face to face. This is my experience. These people might be here in the future, but they may not be. I hope we make the right decisions.
Thank you all very much.
Are there more? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. I know it's been a long day of hearings, so I'll be very brief. Look, I can firmly state I believe every member of this committee wants Maryland businesses to stay in Maryland. They want Maryland jobs to stay in Maryland, and they want Maryland's economy to grow. I truly believe that. I can also tell you that the Chamber, and in my experience as a lobbyist, I well understand the implications of the fiscal note. We understand that and the current budget situation. I can also tell you that since the tax passed last year, we have been overwhelmed with contacts from small businesses like the ones you've heard from just now. I can tell you there are more in the crowd. We didn't want to. I think they didn't want to sign up 40 people on the bill. But this is a very real issue, and we are continuously hearing about businesses moving jobs out of the state as a result of the tax that passed last year and the general tax climate. So my hope is that you will work with us. We can work together to find a solution long term to grow Maryland's economy. And so for that reason, we are. I don't know. Be very candid with you. I don't know if this bill is a specific answer given the situations involved, but we are supportive of working with you to find solutions to promote economic growth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Kelly Schultz, CEO of the Maryland Tech Council. I know it has been a very long day, so I will say me too with an asterisk, Mr. Chair. The thought of economic development and economic growth that happens within our industries that are the most important industries that have the biggest possibilities for growth in the state, we all know what they are. The tech industry is one of them. I'm very proud to be able to support these tech industries and to watch them grow and watch them flourish. And I say this all the time, and I know you all know this as well. Everybody has more choices in a global economy. And my entire mission at the Maryland Tech Council, as I know it is with the Chamber as well, is to be able to create those growth opportunities here in Maryland, to keep those jobs here, to keep the growth here, to keep Maryland with the resources and assets that we have in order to be able to assist all these folks back here in what their personal missions are as well. I am grateful to Senator Hester for continuing the conversation on this particular vehicle with SB 600 and to see what we can do moving forward in order to be able to assist the growth of a very, very important industry for the state. So thank you for having me, sir.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for having us here today. My name is Quentin Smith. I'm here on behalf of Set of X. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and one of the co-founders of Set of X. We're a nearly 6-year-old employee-owned Maryland-based company. We have nearly 60 employees. We provide professional services in support of the U.S. intelligence community. Here in Maryland, it's primarily software engineers and primarily around the Fort Meade area. I'm here in favor of Senate Bill 600 today, ensure that small businesses are not double taxed under last year's 3% tax bill. I can echo a lot of the comments you heard from other business owners here. There's even more of us here. They're all in the same industry. We all work together, and we all see the impact of this. For us personally, when the legislation came out last year, we had to scramble around to understand it, talk to our lawyers, understand our obligations, and then develop and implement new processes to meet those obligations, and all that distracted from our normal business operations. SB 600 provide clarity and certainty around our obligations, allowing us to plan and operate our businesses more effectively. So in closing, I'll just say that by preventing small businesses from being double taxed under SB 600, it will help us to ensure that our business and our employees, and frankly our industry, are able to grow and thrive here in Maryland. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 600. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bailey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that came and testified on the bill. You know, from Southern Maryland, and I have the defense industry with Pax River. And I will just tell you briefly, I went to dinner the other night, 10 couples, birthday dinner, friends of ours. We're all the same age, around 60. We all went to school together. There's 2 couples that still live in Maryland over the last year. All professionals, all involved in the defense industry, all left. So this is a real issue for us. I appreciate you, Senator. Kelly, do you happen to know how many businesses there are that have left the state in this year, or part of that many that have left?
Senator, I wish that I could give you those numbers. I think the only way we'd be able to tell would be, with tax records as to who has left, but I don't have that information.
Can't find out that one.
I appreciate it. I know. I saw the one letter that gentleman had, and I know that in the defense industry and how imperative it is to us. I know one of the big businesses in Southern Maryland, that Florida's building them a business right in Jacksonville, right outside. No problems. You all just come. We're going to build you a building. Just bring your people. You know, so there is a challenge, and we definitely hear you.
Thank you, Senator.
Other questions? The sponsor has a question?
I was just wondering, Mr. Chair, there's several people here who did not testify. Could we just invite them to stand up and be recognized?
Of course. Yeah. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate you coming. All right, that concludes the hearing on that bill. Senator Quarterman? Let's hope. Let's hope.
Very well, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you so much. Please feel free to this type thing. You're welcome.
All right.
We good, Mr. Chairman? All right, thank you, Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosepep, members of the Budget and Tax Committee. Thank you for the opportunity today to present Senate Bill 641. For the record, I'm Senator Paul Quarterman, representing District 2, Washington and Frederick counties. Senate Bill 641 will exempt the Department of General Services, the Maryland Department of Planning, the Department of Housing and Community Development, and the Maryland Department of Transportation from provisions of state procurement law when negotiating or entering into agreements or partnerships with nonprofit entities for projects related to historic preservation, archaeology, or conservation service opportunities. By clarifying procurement requirements and expanding partnership authority, Senate Bill 641 will help facilitate collaborative efforts that advance important public initiatives. The bill maintains the appropriate safeguards by requiring transparency, competitive subcontracting, annual reporting, and community engagement. This balanced approach promotes efficiency while also ensuring accountability and the use of public resources. You'll see there is no opposition to the bill. It has support from both the Department of Planning and DHCD. I would ask our friend from Preservation Maryland to speak a little bit more to the merits of the bill. However, we thank you for the consideration and respectfully ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 641.
Thank you, Senator Quarterman. I am Nick Redding. I'm the president and CEO of Preservation Maryland, and we've saved some of the easiest legislation for nearly last because this one has no fiscal impact, no negative fiscal impact to the state, no impact to local government or local businesses. And it comes, we know that this is going to work because it comes out of a relationship that we have with the Department of Natural Resources, which already has this authority. We've done some amazing things with DNR and have raised significant philanthropic dollars to put into projects where we have cooperative agreements with them. And they're able to provide some funds through existing funds, no additional dollars towards those projects. That's things like feasibility studies, historic documentation, community engagement, things like that. And because of the relationship we have with DNR, several other agencies, those that are listed in certain cases, have come to us and asked if we could do something similar with them. And we realized that it's because DNR has a special authority, special procurement exemption that we were able to partner in that way. And so what we're trying to do is to come up with a way of doing that. This is something that works pretty routinely on the federal side. We have several federal cooperative agreements with different agencies, and we are just trying to expand that authority. It allows us to efficiently and ethically get work done in partnership with the state, is a proven model at the federal and the state level. And we feel that a favorable report here is a vote to support a cost-free way of using existing dollars to save more history and do it faster and better. And for those reasons, we appreciate Senator Quarterman's introduction of this and sponsorship and ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 641.
Thank you. Questions on this bill? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who do we have?
Thanks for hanging out.
Tell them Watson can come too.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Take care.
I know not everyone's in the room at the moment, but we are going to do voting. We are going to do it fast. And I've gone through and picked things that will quick without amendments and ones that are emergency bills that we need to get on the floor, those kinds of things.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You thought your bill's an emergency bill? In your mind, yes. There he is.
I came as soon as they called me, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Reedy, Maryland Stadium Authority.
At your service. Literally, I came as fast as they.
Yeah, no, I thank you.
Just so you know.
I appreciate that.
I was waiting the call from the bullpen. All right.
I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Senator Justin Reedy here to present Senate Bill 565, Maryland Stadium Authority. Deals with the sale, potentially the sale of Shamrock Farms to Carroll County. There's been a whole bunch of dialogue that's been going on the last few days, some possible amendments. I'm going to present the bill kind of as is, and then we'll go from there. Thank you. Yep. It would establish clear conditions for the future sale or transfer of Shamrock Farm in Carroll County, which was the farm that was supposed to be training center site that has been found to not really be able to sustain that development.
Yep.
The community locally there in that area is not heartbroken that, frankly, that it's not coming, although it was an economic development opportunity, I think, for the county. So this would create a structured pathway for the Carroll County Commissioners to purchase the property within a specified time frame. Purchase price would be the amount originally paid by the Stadium Authority, adjusted for inflation, and with $500,000 that the county had already provided that would be taken out, so it would come to about $4 million. So it's a historic equestrian property located in Woodbine, Maryland. It actually was established in 1948 by Art Rooney, the founder of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But we won't hold that against them. The farm grew.
We might.
The farm grew over decades to roughly 640 acres and was a respected thoroughbred breeding and training facility. Long contributed to Maryland's agriculture, economy, and proud horse racing tradition. The property in 2024 was entered into a state policy discussion as part of Maryland's broader effort to modernize horse racing infrastructure, including the redevelopment of the Pimlico Racecourse. In December 2024, the farm was selected as the proposed site for the centralized training center. And in October of 2025, the Stadium Authority purchased approximately 330 acres of the property for about $4.5 million in public funds, $500,000 of which came from Carroll County government, Carroll County taxpayers. However, after acquisition, engineering analysis, and cost projections, significant environmental challenges, terrain, infrastructure needs is going to make the development too expensive. And I have some details in the testimony about why, if you're interested.
I am really interested.
I'm not
right
going
now.
to read it. Yes, thank you. So as a result, our state owns 330 acres of agricultural property in the heart of Carroll County without a defined long-term use. And so this bill seeks to give the commissioners time to buy it and pay for it. But the discussions we're in are the way the process works. We want to try to see if we can get a faster decision and either adjust this bill to reflect what we would do, or perhaps maybe even not do a bill, but I think we might need a legislative vehicle. So I normally would close by asking for a favorable report, which I am asking for, but at least a favorable report on what we want to end up doing here. So we'll keep the committee posted.
Committee's aware of the situation.
I understand. Just for the record, I don't know how much I'm supposed to say for the record, so I appreciate it.
Beautiful.
But this, I appreciate the working with us on this, for sure.
You bet.
It's an important property, so.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator. Yep, we're going to do them quick. Senator Watson, quick. No witnesses.
No witnesses. Good afternoon, Chair Gazone and members of the committee. For the record, Senator Ron Watson, representing 23rd Legislative District, here to request a favorable report. Senate Bill 617, the Video Lottery Operations Prohibition on Campaign Contributions Parity Act. Colleagues, this legislation is about one simple principle: equal treatment under the law. Right now, Maryland law singles out one group of legal businesses, casino owners and investors, and denies them the right to participate in our political process through campaign contributions. Every other legal business in the state, regardless of size or industry, is allowed to contribute within established limits. Casinos, however, are banned entirely. This is not parity, and it's not fair. Senate Bill 617 corrects that imbalance. It removes a blanket prohibition that no longer serves its intended purpose and replaces it with a fair, consistent rule. Casino owners and investors will be governed by the same campaign finance laws as everyone else. Let me be clear. This bill does not remove contribution limits. It does not weaken our campaign finance laws. Casino owners would still be subject to the same $6,000 cap that applies to every other business and individual. They would still be required to report every dollar they give. The only thing this bill changes is that casinos would no longer be treated differently simply because of the industry they operate in. Maryland casinos are legal, highly regulated businesses. They employ thousands of Marylanders, generate substantial tax revenue for schools, public safety, and local government. They follow some of the strictest oversight rules in the state, yet current law denies them the same basic political rights that every other business enjoys. This is not fair, and it's not consistent with the principles of a fair and open democracy.
Some may raise concerns about influence, but Maryland already has strong safeguards in place, strict limits, detailed reporting, and full public transparency. Those protections are what prevent corruption, not blanket bans aimed at one industry. Doesn't create special privileges, it restores parity and ensures all legal business are governed by the same rules. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report, Senate Bill 617.
Thank you, Senator. Well done. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. There he is.
The big one.
All right. Senator Washington.
I think I have a panel for this.
You have two of them, 671, 673.
Okay.
671, come on down.
Yeah, I hope these folks will join me for all the questions you guys are going to have. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Oh, now that Malone's on it, I got a lot of questions.
Thank you for the record, Senator Alonzo Washington here to present on Senate Bill 671. This bill establishes enforceable payment rules for government construction and procurement contracts, and it is intended to ensure that contractors and subcontractors who perform work for Maryland government entities are paid on time for work they have completed. Maryland counties, municipalities, boards of education, and public authorities are exempt from the same prompt payment rules that apply to private construction owners. In a 2024 Baltimore Inspector General investigation found 16 city projects with over $1 million in unpaid contractor invoices, some left unpaid for over 4.5 years after completion of that project. This bill is needed because current law allows government entities to withhold payment with no obligation to explain why, no meaningful interest penalties, and no assistance options for contractors who stop work. The existing interest rate of 9% per year is weak, capped at 1 year, and can be fully waived by a contract. It is not a true deterrent, this 9% per year rate. Without action, contractors working on public projects will continue gaining payment, risk that private sector contractors do not face deterring participation and increasing project costs. Now, what this bill does, it extends prompt payment requirements to government entities, including counties, municipalities, and boards of education. It ensures written notice within 15 days when any payment is withheld, with the reason given and the amount specified. This bill raises the interest penalties from 9% per year to 2% per month. This interest is not waivable, and eliminates the requirement to separate invoices from it. This bill protects contractors who stop work due to not being paid from being replaced or declared in default after 14 days written notice. Now, what this bill doesn't do is it doesn't affect private construction contracts. It does not require payment of disputed amounts. This bill does not create criminal penalties or new administrative bodies. And lastly, this bill does not affect retainage provisions. This bill is about fairness and accountability and ensuring that contractors and workers who complete public projects for Maryland government entities receive the same basic payment protections that apply to private projects. Mr. Chairman, as members of this committee, for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 671. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Michael Adams on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors. And thank you to Senator Washington for bringing this bill. This is a priority bill for Associated Builders and Contractors this year. One of the hardest things in the construction industry isn't what happens on the job site, it's getting paid, unfortunately. This is a simple bill that is a result of hard work by many stakeholders over a number of years. At its core, the purpose of the bill is to make sure that every level of the construction chain, from general contractors down to the smallest sub, get paid on time, and there's clarity on the parties' rights when that fails to happen. First, the bill makes local government subject to existing sections of the real property article requiring prompt payment by an owner. It also gives clear notice processes for how disputed amounts can be withheld. This bill also lays out clear guidelines and extends existing law regarding the prompt payment of state contracts. Finally, it allows recourse for any contractor or subcontractor in the chain to get paid if a higher tier general or subcontractor has failed to pay them and has already been paid. These provisions are common sense solutions to ensure that companies and workers that are working hard for our state get paid timely, and Associated Builders and Contractors urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just very quick, when my husband and I had our consulting engineering business a few years ago, we stopped doing business with the state of Maryland because it was too hard to get paid. And we would do the job on time, and then they would say, well, how much do you want? And we would say, well, we want it all that we billed. So we stopped doing business, and it hasn't gotten any better. So there you go.
Move the bill. So, so does this involve both the county and state? Yeah.
Yes.
So we're trying to look back, just in the last couple of years, we've been talking about this issue for a while. Are you familiar with what we've done over the last couple of years? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and so
Yes,
clearly, I'm going to say either it was not enough or it was slightly different from what you're doing. Is that accurate?
So yes, as to both questions. We think this bill goes farther. One of the issues is you can have an interest payment that goes along with a state contract. In many instances, because it's not necessarily a requirement but can be waived, many contractors don't want to necessarily enforce it. They want to continue to get state business moving forward. This sort of levels the playing field, allows a little more equity in that discussion, and does give very clear rules and deadlines as to when a contract shall be paid. That's what we're looking for, and we think it protects both the state and the contractors moving forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sean Malone, on behalf of the Maryland Minority Contractors Association. As Mr. Adams said, the biggest issue facing the construction industry is getting paid on time. And in a state where this industry is heavily regulated, each year we have new requirements with regard to reporting, with regard to prevailing wage, with worker misclassification. We have to, in order to meet those requirements, we simply need local jurisdictions, state, private contractors, or owners to pay us according to their contract on time. As general contractors, they need to be paid so they can pay their subs. When you come on a construction job, you really are fronting cost already for the owner. You're paying your payroll, you're paying for supplies. But if you're not getting reimbursed, if you're not getting paid on time, it's really hard to work on these contracts. Much to the Senator's point, this is an issue facing a lot of businesses. Having represented construction companies over the past decade, this is one of the biggest things we do is we call to collect on overdue bills. This bill, and this is great for us, but we sat in a union hall in Baltimore, in the Plumbers and Steamfitters Union Hall, and worked through this with union contractors like Calamine Electric, non-union contractors like Robert Harrington, who are all facing the same issue. As contractors, as subs, they just were, some of them were looking at collecting $6 million of work on emergency work under the streets of Baltimore, under the streets of Baltimore County, for work they have to perform, but they just weren't getting paid on. We're talking about people who have the ability to pay and just don't pay on time. So this is a common sense solution, which requires down the line, if the owner doesn't pay, they're subjected to the interest. If the general doesn't pay, they're subjected to interest. And if a higher tier sub, they're subjected to interest. With that, we would urge a favorable report for the construction industry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Matt Defoe here on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors. Basically, me too. We've worked with this issue over the year in 3 different types of versions. In this particular one, we've drafted numerous times, and we do have some technical amendments, but that is just for the clarifying intent. And so we don't have to come back to the drawing board. We want to get this right the first time. And with that being said, we're willing to work with MACO and the University of Maryland system and their opposition. And, we want to thank the senator for putting this bill in. He heard directly from contractor and subcontractors in the Prince George's County Legislative Committee, from right in his district, that this is one of the main issues that they are facing in their day-to-day operations. So with that, Mr. Chair, you have a written testimony. I would ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
So I'll get to you in a second, Senator Bailey. I mean, I think the committee is sympathetic to this. We've been talking about it for a couple of years. We took over procurement a couple of years ago and have been trying to find good solutions on this. I noticed that Mako is here, but what about the state? Have you guys had previous conversations, or do they? I mean, obviously they have the same access to everybody else to know what's coming up on the agenda, but I don't see anybody listed here from the state.
We didn't sit down and talk to them. I think in advance, I think the principle is pretty simple, though. If they pay on time, there is no provision. You just pay according to the contract that they've signed. And the mechanics of the bill are simple, too. It's simply a clause that says if you don't pay on time after 60 days, interest attaches and has to be passed down to the subs.
Right. Senator Bailey.
I wanted to just clarify your thought of subcontractors, because we did some changes about, we're doing a road. If the people that deliver the gravel, they would have been a supplier, right? So the way I read this, they're not covered. Is that right?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. In some ways, they.
And I got to say that if we're going to work on this bill, the people that are delivering the materials, especially in rural areas that are the contractors, they run their own businesses, they need to be covered.
Senator, I think it's a fair point. I would say this, though. If the people who are buying the materials are paid under contract, they pay. But we have no problems with that.
So I had a road project, took 5 years because that didn't happen. Guy left Maryland with all the money.
Okay.
Right?
Fair enough.
So, yeah, I'm with you all, but we got to make sure the people that are local, that are doing the work, are actually also being paid.
No objection on our part.
Mr. Chair, I'll chime in quickly. Andrew Griffin, for the record, here representing the Associated Utility Contractors of Maryland and the American Subcontractors Association of Baltimore. I will just quickly say I'm representing those lower, second, third, fourth tier subcontractors who are on every job. They're far down the line. The biggest problem for us is the general doesn't get paid. When the general doesn't get paid, first tier doesn't get paid, second tier doesn't get paid, and they're all on a pay-when-paid scenario, Senator, to your point. The current rules would be in place when that sub does get paid. The tolling begins to when they have to pay their suppliers. But like I said, I want to appreciate ABC and others. We've worked very hard on this bill. It is a good compromise bill between generals and subs, union and non-union. So I would just press a favorable report. Unfortunately, Senator King's point, the state and localities are some of the biggest issues.
Thank you. I'm going to have to step out for just a second and let the vice chair take over for a minute, but just looking at the fiscal note, noticed in bold, the Department of General Services did not respond to multiple requests for information about this bill's fiscal and operational effects. Not happy about that.
Okay. Good evening. Oh,
Senator, I just wanted to ask one question, because I'm hearing the contractors, I'm hearing the subcontractors, and this is local, this is not state.
It's both.
Or is both?
It's all the above.
Okay, it's all the above? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Please
Good
proceed.
evening, Vice Chair Rosa Pett, members of the committee. Kevin O'Keefe on behalf of Independent Electrical Contractors Chesapeake. I concur with my colleagues. I want to thank Senator Washington for bringing this bill forward, because it's essential that contractors and subcontractors get paid in a timely fashion so that they can continue to stay in business and pay their employees. For that reason, hope you give it a favorable report.
Excellent testimony. Who's next? Has everybody talked?
You can go again.
No, do not do that. Do not do that. Do not do that. Any questions? No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have a couple more witnesses in the House?
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Sorry, Barry Glassman on behalf of the Maryland Ready Mix Concrete folks who are in Me Too on this bill also. They roll the concrete out for these projects and enjoy a prompt payment also. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else here to testify? Do we have anybody online?
I think that might be opposition, not support.
Mako?
Yeah, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Carrington Anderson here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in respectful opposition of Senate Bill 671. You have my written testimony. A few things that I do want to point out. Prompt payment is always the goal for county government, so we do understand the intent of the bill, and we do understand some of the concerns. So this bill, as drafted, we do think is very aggressive. Not only is there the prompt payment mandate for 30 days, but additionally, there's increased penalties of interest of 2% per month, which would be 24% for the year. The bill has a lack of flexibility with those interest penalties because it says neither party can negotiate or waive those. This bill has increased liability for the state and local governments. Additionally, local governments would have to have a notice of withholding within 15 days, and then the contractor can stop work after 14 days of notice. They also cannot be replaced, which that's a significant concern for delay in projects. I think counties and local governments generally share similar concerns. That's in the fiscal note for the state fiscal note as well. And then really just the last thing that I would say is that a statewide mandate often doesn't reflect local operation realities. So for these reasons, we would respectfully ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I actually would like to brief question. Why is it so hard to pay on time?
Right.
Thank you for the question. I think those in favor of the bill, they brought up one specific instance, and so that might just be the exception to the rule. I'm not aware of many counties that have had a lot of issues with this, but I'm happy to get more feedback on that and follow up.
I think it would be useful. I mean, then we had a witness who was on this side of the table dealing with the state.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that there's such unanimity across contractors suggests it might not just be a one-off. So I think if you could get back to us with any data, but also just some explanation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you had the opportunity to sit down with the sponsor and just maybe briefly talk to him about maybe if there's a way that you could work this out? Because one of the problems that I see just with contractors doing work and people just not wanting to pay them should be an issue just in itself. And then those contractors that have subcontractors working with them, they have to pay them. So the problem with all of it is that there should be solution. And there's not solution, and people that have families that got to pay somebody and pay their others, there's a situation. And then they can't feed their kids. Then they can't pay their bills. So I think for the best interest, maybe you should sit down and have an opportunity to talk to the sponsor and talk to them, and maybe you can come to a good place.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. We did meet with the sponsor's office yesterday and are happy to continue working with them.
Yeah, I think you're going to find a lot of instances. I dealt with one last week, a big one, with the county.
What else?
Thank you.
Number two. Let's do it. Apprenticeships, oh my gosh. What?
Oh, that's hilarious. Can you ask my panel to come up with?
Yeah, bring everybody up, sure.
Anyone here wants to come up? It'd be great. Members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 673. This bill is about a simple principle. When the state requires apprenticeship participation on taxpayer-funded contracts, we should ensure those programs actually produce credential workers, not just enroll people and lose them. Here's the problem. Maryland has made apprenticeship a part of major state contracting. public works, capital construction, and covered procurements. But under current practice, the state can end up steering work to programs that meet registration requirements without a minimum performance standard tied to completion. And completion matters because completion is what turns public investment into journeypersons level workers. So what does this bill do? It requires the apprenticeship program supplying apprentices or receiving payments in lieu of participation have a completion rate of at least 25%. As determined by the Maryland Department of Labor. It applies to major contracting categories already tied to apprenticeship requirements, including covered procurements, public work contracts valued at $250,000 or more, subject to prevailing wage, public work projects valued at $500,000 or more, certain capital construction projects valued at $500,000 or more with at least $1 million in state capital funding. Here's a definition of, importantly, if a contractor chooses to legal alternative payments in lieu of participation, those payments must go to a program that meets the same 25% completion standard. When we say 25% completion rate, we're not talking about an individual apprentice completing 25% of their training. We're talking about the program's track record, whether it is consistently gets people to complete credentialing. Maryland has over 13,000 registered apprenticeships, and more than 1,400 apprentices graduated in 2025. That's only a 10% graduation rate. Maryland Labor told DLS it does not currently calculate completion rates in this format, but it can do so with existing resources. This bill does not require union affiliation. It does not eliminate the SATF completion path. It does not create a new bureaucracy. Maryland Labor, as I said they can calculate the metric with existing resources. Here's why this bill matters. This is about dignity and outcomes. Apprenticeship is one of our best earn and learn pipelines, especially for Marylanders who don't have the time or money for a 4-year degree. But if programs enroll people and do not complete them, then we are offering access without results. And that undermines workforce supply, wastes time for workers, and weakens the state's return on our investments. SB 673 says if a taxpayer-funded procurement is going to require apprenticeship participation, the programs we rely on must demonstrate a baseline ability to finish the job. Graduating workers with credentials is what Maryland wants. SB 673 is a targeted accountability measure that strengthens Maryland's procurement-linked apprenticeship policy by adding a basic completion threshold. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 673, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
So it sounds like the hammer on this is getting knocked off of state funding, right? Procurement. Yes. So I guess the question that I have in the midst of all, and well, we got a lot of apprenticeship people here that get how this all works. But it seems to me also, do the people who are running these apprenticeships know how to keep those people on, other than simply having a hammer saying, if you don't do it right, we're gonna get rid of the money involved with it. And I'm sure my friends will tell me there are ways to educate them to run these programs in such a way. Maybe. Maybe.
Can I elaborate on your question?
Yes, please.
Okay. And this is for anyone on the panel. You obviously brought this forward because you believe that there are sponsors who are not getting to decent completion. That's the point. Could someone explain why you think they don't do that? Because from the employer's point of view, you're hiring apprentices to do work. So if they're not doing the work or they can't do the work, why would you have hired them, and why would you not be working with them to complete? Whoever wants to take that.
Yeah.
Thank you. So my name is Jonas Bonilla. I'm an organizer. I visit job sites. I actually just visited some of the registered apprentices in different areas in Maryland. And one of the things that I'm seeing is I'm running into people that the only reason their employer is putting them into an apprenticeship is in order to evade paying them the full prevailing wage on a capital project. So you have somebody that's got 6 years, maybe even 10 years experience, that the only reason their employer sent them to a program such as the ABC or any other registered apprentice is in order to evade paying the full prevailing wage for, in this case, I was talking to a plumber. So that's what we're trying to prevent, for these programs to be used just as a leeway for while the project is going on. And after 1.5 years of this person going to the apprenticeship, now they don't need him to be an apprentice anymore. The person doesn't get the funds to go the second year, and that's all they do, just 1 year of the apprenticeship while they were on that project.
And that's because it's a state project.
That's the only incentive that I see an employer of doing that, yes.
And so they would keep them on as an apprentice while they're doing the state project, and when that state project is finished and they aren't in the state project, they'd let them go?
Not necessarily let them go, but stop funding, don't sponsor that worker to go to the apprenticeship for the following year.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Senator, can I comment on that? My name is Chris Biondi. I'm the training director for Plumbers and Gas Fitters Local 5 Apprenticeship, also called the Washington, D.C. Joint Plumbing Apprenticeship. Opening up the door and saying, hey, here's an apprenticeship that's available to you, that's only one step. Being out there and pounding the pavement to find the people, we want everyone to have the opportunity to be part of an apprenticeship. But we also want people that are the best fit. My trade is specifically math intensive. We get into trade physics, we get into trade chemistry. We wind up being troubleshooters for some of the most complex systems in North America. And so with that in mind, we're not going to force people through, but we're also not going to let people complete that are, we're not going to let people complete that are not up to snuff. But it's my job to find the best people to be in the apprenticeship itself, and to deliver not just an education, but a support system that encourages completion for the people that are up to being a plumber. So I think that my job is completion. Now, I'm not going to let anybody complete that's not deserving, but I pull out every trick in the shed to make sure that people that are focused and hardworking and intelligent are going to complete my apprenticeship. So for me, at 25%, from my standpoint, that's a minimum. We could do better than that, but let's set the bar at a place that makes sense.
Yeah, I whispered that to the senator just when it was first said. It seems like a minimum. I know. That's. I mean, I get it. That's a problem. Sorry. Jump in. Let's hear what you need to say, and for whatever turns Sorry to break that panel up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, Roger Mano on behalf of the Mechanical Contractors Association of Metro Washington, the signatory contractors to the Mid-Atlantic Pipe Trades Association, which is a regional quad-state affiliate of the United Association. Plumbers, steam fitters, gas fitters, pipe fitters, who run outstanding apprenticeship training programs. We worked very closely with Department of Labor on this legislation to try to get to the bottom of a pernicious problem. And you're in the business of making good investments with taxpayer dollars. I spent some time on this committee myself. I understand that. What we want to avoid happening is somebody bidding on a state contract with state taxpayer dollars to build a thing, and 6 months later when that thing is, and they have to stand up an apprenticeship training program if they don't have one, or pay into a fund that I was involved in when I was in the House of Delegates. That's worked okay, but one of the issues that keeps arising is that when that thing is built, that worker goes somewhere else and has no more transferable skills. We're not investing in their career success because there's no continuity of training for programs that are stood up for the purpose of bidding on a project. So this bill creates some accountability and some transferability of those skills by requiring that folks or contractors have a apprenticeship program that graduates 25% of their apprentices or pays into the fund. It doesn't stop anybody from bidding or from being successful on a project with the state. It simply ups the ante in terms of our investment in those workers and making sure that they have transferable skills.
My name is Jason Williams. I'm a steam fitter in a local 602. I completed the apprenticeship program roughly 2 years ago. I'm here to urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 673. I'm currently working on the Next Generation project at the University of Maryland, providing electricity for the next 100 years to those students there. That particular project, as you know, or you might imagine, is very intricate. That work needs to be on point. It needs to be fine. It needs to be tuned in properly. Without my training at the apprenticeship, without that regulated training, I would not be able to do my job well. That would not be a 100-year project, because I am on there with not only fellow journeymen of multiple crafts that are in apprenticeship schools or taking apprenticeship schools. I'm also there with apprentices who are learning how to do a superior work within the state of Maryland. By passing this bill, you ensure that major projects are built by a workforce trained to a national standard, ensuring safety, quality, and longevity. We must maintain these standards because they are a proven investment. When we protect integrity of registered apprentices, we fuel the state's economy. The work carries forth a legacy of Maryland's own Frederick Douglass, who understood that mastering a craft was the ultimate vehicle to freedom. At Forged Pathways, a nonprofit I started my 3rd year of my apprenticeship, we tend to, and we carry that torch. We show the next generations the trades and the modern path to dignity. By protecting these standards of Senate Bill 673, we are protecting the integrity of our workforce, and because I've experienced this firsthand, the power of true training. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Donahue. I represent Local 669. I'm a business agent. We're sprinkler fitters. Biggest thing in our apprenticeship is code compliance. And if you do not have code compliance, you have systems that do not operate correctly. You don't have a system that operates correctly, people may lose their life. We see it all the time in the field where we talk to people who are non-union. They don't go through an accredited apprenticeship program. This will ensure anybody that is bidding on Maryland state projects that they have to actually complete or show an effort to complete and train their apprentices on what the correct code is, making sure things are installed correctly at that point in time. So we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Appreciate you all. Any more, yeah, oh yeah, sure, please.
Yeah, I'm briefly talked on it, but I'm going to go ahead and just talk about my testimony. Dear Chair Gazone and honorable members of the committee, once again, my name's Jonas Bonilla. I'm an organizer. Part of what I do is walk job sites. I also educate workers. I probably walked every single job site in the state of Maryland, DC, and Northern Virginia. And I talk to different workers in different categories, from apprentices all the way to journeymen to master plumbers and master HVAC techs. And as I walk across these, the people that are freshly into the trade, they're not, their employer gives them an apprenticeship card and they think they're in an apprenticeship, even though they might just have a classroom in the shop that they are attending once a week. We need some sort of standard in order to be able to complete these apprenticeships. Just because somebody says that they're in a registered apprenticeship doesn't mean that that's the case. There has to be a standard of which these apprentices are being held accountable. When workers believe they are not being paid correctly, I help them understand their rights and connect them with the Maryland Department of Labor, the Office of the Attorney General, or federal enforcement agencies in many cases. The problem is not a lack of laws. It is, in many cases, a lack of clear enforceable standards that distinguish legitimate apprenticeship programs from bad faith practices designed to suppress wages. Senate Bill 673 directly addresses this problem by strengthening and reinforcing Maryland's registered apprenticeship framework by supporting high quality, bona fide apprenticeship programs. The bill helps prevent the misuse of the apprentice label as a cover for wage theft or misclassification. Clear standards make it easier for workers to understand whether they are being treated lawfully and easier for enforcement agencies to identify violations. And for this, I ask that you support and urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 673.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. This panel good?
Yep.
Okay. Is there anybody else who's favorable who hasn't testified, who signed up favorable, hasn't testified? Okay, I have somebody also signed up favorable with amendment, looks like from the administration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Chris McClarion, and I serve as the Director of the Office of Apprenticeship at the Maryland Department of Labor. Our office oversees the development of apprenticeship programs across the state, and we work to recruit and register new businesses and participants to the apprenticeship program and the apprenticeship model. Today, I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 673 with a few technical amendments. I would also like to thank the sponsor, Senator Washington, for his continued prioritization of this work. When it comes to registered apprenticeship, the one metric, other than safety, that helps define a high-quality apprenticeship program is the completion rate. As the previous testimonies outlined, this bill would ensure that Maryland is providing job seekers with access to the highest quality training possible, which in turn will lead to family-sustaining wages. Our amendments provide brief updates that seek to clarify the provision of the bill for the apprenticeship programs. First, we provide definitions for the terms used within the bill, such as an apprenticeship cohort, completion rate, and the different types of apprenticeship programs that exist. Second, we are working with the sponsor on identifying potential language allowing new programs to be eligible for certain contracts. Third, we offer a wording change to say that the department verifies rather than determines the completion rate. And lastly, we offer a technical change to the portion of the statute established by the 2025 Procurement Reform Act to clarify that covered procurements of $1 million or more must utilize an apprenticeship program or an eligible internship program. With these important modifications, we believe that this bill has the ability to increase the quality of apprenticeship programs statewide, ensuring that Maryland job seekers have access to the best job training opportunities available. And with that, sir, I would respectfully request a favorable report with the requested amendments by the committee on Senate Bill 673. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Good to see you.
Good to see you,
Thanks
sir.
for all the good work you do. I'm curious as to why, under the existing law, it sounds like it's sort of fraud. It's not like people really tried hard and, you study and study and study and you drop out of college. It sounds like there are employers who are gaming the system in a way that doesn't seem to be consistent with a registered apprenticeship. A, is that true? Is my characterization correct? And number two, if they're doing that, why don't you have the authority under the law right now to close them down?
Thank you for the question, sir. I would say that on the face of it, largely what you said I would agree is true. We certainly have employers that are, especially on public projects, that have extremely low completion rates of their apprenticeship program. And I do want to clarify when we talk about a program versus an employer in a program. So there couldn't be a program that has a completion rate of 25% or more, but an employer within that program that may have a 1% completion rate. And it certainly does draw your attention to that one employer. Currently, under the apprenticeship model, we monitor the program and we monitor the overall completion of the program itself. This amendment would help to clarify that we would be looking within the program at those individual employers that just can't seem to graduate an apprentice.
Oh. So I didn't pick that up, frankly. So this applies it to the employer, not just to the program.
Within the model, yes, sir.
And that's the key difference that would make this in effect enforceable.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Last testify on this, I have some unfavorable from the builders and contractors, Matthew Tefew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Matt Defoe here on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors. I know the hour is late, and I'm actually trying to get to the Cavs game for my birthday, so I will try to make this short. You have my written testimony. I lay out 4 specific items in there, and I also want to point to the Maryland Chamber of Commerce's testimony that this bill, as drafted, does not just go to construction. It's a wide, broad range of other industries if going for procurement for state contracts. So that's the first issue with the bill. The second is, labor already certifies a lot of these notions that were made by previous panels. And Mr. Vice Chair, you've been to ABC's facility in Beltsville, Prince George's County. I'm not sure if anybody else has been to the one in East Baltimore, but all 4 chapters of the ABC are dedicated to apprenticeship programs in the state, period. In fact, we enroll the most amount in the state, period, because we are 85% of the workforce within the state. So any assertion that ABC is not, or any private contractor is not part of this solution is just baseless. That being said, we do have a number of amendments that we could look at and incorporate into this bill, but that 25% threshold is just not attainable or flexible for many reasons. And I like the intent of the bill and the senator as well, but for these many reasons, this bill is one that prime time, and we would hope to be part of the conversation going forward with the Department of Labor and the apprenticeship program manager and labor. So that, Mr. Chair, we ask for a unfavorable report.
Briefly, do you disagree with the assertions that were made both by the proponents of the bill, both from the Labor Department and from the unions, that
the private employer is
who have incredibly low completion rates, even if the average for the multi-employer program is higher? Is that factually correct? Or are you challenging that?
I would challenge that, and I would have to say, look, where are the data that they're pointing to on that, where they're putting specific instances and whatnot. So, yeah.
Okay. Second question is, and correct me on this if I got it wrong, I thought that the apprenticeship requirements for the state contracts basically apply almost exclusively to construction. I wanted to expand it to lots more than construction, but I don't think we ever got that passed.
I think the way that it's drafted in what section in the beginning of the bill, it looks like this would make it broader.
Okay, we can look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hope you have a good birthday. That concludes the hearings today. We're going to go to vote.